Yesterday, later on, we would like to meeting the participants. We'd like to start a presentation by Professor Nikolai Petro. Professor Petro is a professor of international relations at the University of Lausanne. He was a special assistant for policy
George Bush ավակի և ավակ դոցենտ է խաղության և դիվանության ինստիտուտում Վաշինգտոն է։ Ճիշտ եմ ասում, վերնագիրը Ուկրաինայի ողբերգությունը։
Thank you very much. Thank you
Շատ շնորհակալություն
for this wonderful opportunity.
Կանչել հնարավորություն ընձեռելու համար ինձ համար առաջին դեպքն է, որ այցելում եմ Հայաստան, հուսով եմ վերջի չի։ Այսպիսով։
It wasn't meant to be a warning.
Սա որպես զգուշացում չէր իմ ելույթի։ Ես իմ ելույթի վերնագիրը փոխել եմ ազգայնականություն, հիմնական խոչընդոտ տևական խաղաղության Ուկրաինայում, ազգայնականություն։ 21 թվականի կեսից ես հաստատում եմ, որ Ուկրաինայի կոնֆլիկտը 3 կոմպոնենտներ ունի, որոնք համընթաց միաժամանակ միջազգային կոնֆլիկտ է, թե ում ազգական գոտին կմիանա Ուկրաինան, Ռուսաստանի թե ՆԱՏՕ-ի առաջինը։ Երկրորդը երկկողմանի կոնֆլիկտ առայն թե ինչպես է ուկրաինական ինքնությունը վերաբերում ռուսական ինքնությանը և երրորդը ներքին կոնֆլիկտ
Galicia in the west and Donbass over who gets to define Ukrainian identity. For years after Ukraine's independence, many analysts saw the internal conflict as the one most likely to explode. But in 2014, it became internationalized, thanks to Western intervention on one side and Russian intervention on the other side of the Ukrainian cultural divide. I argued then that external intervention was provoked by the failure of domestic actors to develop a common vision of Ukraine. Hence, the most effective way to immunize Ukraine against such intervention would be to heal its internal divisions by replacing ideological nationalism with civic patriotism. I still believe this today, because throughout this war, the internal conflict has not receded. Instead, as numerous independent Ukrainian political commentators have pointed out, it has merely been frozen until the Russian invasion has been dealt with. This has led to a paradox. While some in Ukraine seek to end the bloodshed as soon as possible, so that Ukraine can begin to rebuild and heal, others seek to perpetuate the conflict because they fear that a premature peace would recreate the same divisions that led to this conflict in the first place. They therefore welcome a war that lasts for generations until all Russian influence is purged from Ukrainian society. When speaking to foreign audience, Ukrainian officials couched their reluctance to negotiate with Russia in terms of justice and security. But when speaking to domestic audiences, their argument stresses the need to eradicate what former President Petro Poroshenko calls the fifth column within Ukraine, a term that is sometimes applied to pro-Russian Ukrainian politicians and sometimes to all Russophone Ukrainians. This explains the bizarre efforts of the regime to eradicate Russian aspects of culture, language, and religion within Ukraine, even among those who have demonstrated their willingness to sacrifice their lives for their country. Even though such efforts clearly heighten social tensions, they are considered vital by the most rabid nationalistic wing of Ukrainian society. Understanding this cultural and social conflict is important for the search for peace, since all three levels of this conflict, international, bilateral, and internal, are deeply intertwined. To me, this suggests that peace will only be possible if all three are addressed in a concerted fashion. The master key to doing so, I believe, lies in replacing political ideology with political pragmatism. Contrary to most analysts, I believe that the easiest place to begin is the international component. For Turkey's President Recep Tayyip Erdogan, quote, "We can easily end this war if we see a Trump administration that approaches the issue with a solutions-based perspective. More dialogue, diplomacy, and agreement will open the door to peace," end quote. Even the precise means and timetable for achieving a ceasefire are known, at least according to the outgoing EU High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Josep Borrell, who last month said, quote, "If we stop supporting Ukraine, the war will be over in 15 days, and Putin will have achieved his goals," end quote. This, of course, is what normally happens after the sponsors of war begin to feel that the costs outweigh the gains they were expecting. The election of Donald Trump in the United States and the forthcoming elections, federal elections in Germany, could be important steps in this direction. By contrast, the conflict between Russian and Ukrainian elites is more complicated. There will be no mutual understanding between them anytime soon. The silver lining in this is that such disagreements per se rarely lead to bloodshed, because elites tend to avoid fighting each other directly. Instead, they prefer to have others die for them, which is why wars tend to peter out when elites are no longer shielded from its consequences. Then, over time, the commercial incentives of capitalism can transform old elite animosities into profitable new commercial relations. Fyodor Lukyanov, the editor of Russia in Global Affairs, has recently suggested how this might work. Russia, he says, does not require pro-Russian elites in power in Ukraine. What it needs are pragmatic elites who understand that endless conflict with Russia threatens the existence of the Ukrainian state. Russia, according to Lukyanov, can accept, quote, "a state of very cold peace," end quote, with Ukraine, so long as the two countries can develop normal business-like ties. He calls this the Georgian model. This leaves the conflict over Ukrainian identity as the most intractable problem. Some nationalistic ideologues seem willing to entirely destroy Ukraine if, as a result, someday a different Ukraine emerges from its ashes. As former Interior Minister Arsen Avakov put it back in June 2014, "A proper war with Russia should not be feared, but welcomed," says Avakov, "because it would have a cleansing effect on the nation." Since then, many Ukrainian officials have voiced similar sentiments. Is there any hope that such ideological passions can be replaced with pragmatism? Probably not, when it comes to the most committed people, for whom life itself is meaningless unless it is extinguished in the blaze of nationalistic glory. For such people, achieving that glory is not even the point, since they do not expect to be around to see it, if it is achieved, or to answer for it, if it is not. Peace, however, does not require the conversion of the fanatic. Only that such a person be prevented from wielding political power, as they are in any functioning democracy. Unfortunately, today, the Ukrainian state relies heavily on such fanatics. Indeed, the conflict with Russia has become an ideal vehicle for expanding their influence. And this may be why Poroshenko's former minister, Vladimir Amelyan, back in June of 2019, predicted that no matter what Zelensky had promised in his electoral campaign, by the end of his presidency he would, quote, be a de facto follower of Bandera and fighting the Russian Federation, end quote. Exploiting this conflict to achieve the ultimate salvation and rebirth of Ukraine has become mainstream politics in Ukraine. Ex-Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, for example, argued recently in The Economist that peace achieved at Ukraine's expense would be met with mass unrest that would threaten the country's stability. Luckily, he says, since Trump cannot afford another Afghanistan, he is bound not only to resume arms shipments, but to eventually take an even harder line in favor of Ukraine than President Biden. Ukraine's foreign policy strategy of blackmailing the West into supporting Ukraine, quote, for as long as it takes, fits hand in glove with its domestic strategy of suppressing dissent within Ukraine, quote, for as long as it takes. I fear that Ukraine will not survive such a divisive approach. It needs true peace, both at home and abroad. A peace that can only come when nationalist ideologues are removed from power and influence. It is easy to understand why the current Ukrainian government is hesitant to do so. Having relied on nationalist paramilitary units to achieve and maintain power, it has good reasons to fear them when they threaten the regime's survival. Western officials, meanwhile, cynically exploit these fears in order to prolong a war that they see as being in their own security interests. Again, to quote EU Commissioner Borrell last April to CNN, quote, we cannot afford Russia to win this war. It is not a matter of supporting Ukraine because we love Ukrainian people. It is in our own interests, and it is also in the interests of the US as a global power. Looking over your shoulder to Big Brother. Excuse me. End quote. But turning a blind eye to the dangers of nationalism is a recipe for civil war, warns Alexander Dubinsky, a member of parliament from President Zelensky's own party, who has been under arrest in Ukraine since 2023. Echoing the words of the late first president of Ukraine, Leonid Kravchuk, he recently wrote, quote, the more Pushkin and Bulgakov monuments are torn down, the faster this, Ukraine's collapse, he means, will happen. Because it makes no sense to defend what yesterday was called Ukraine and today has become one big concentration camp under the brand name Galicia. End quote. Ominous signs are already emerging that the far right will have unprecedented influence in post-war Ukraine, whether Ukraine wins or loses. If the former, nationalists will claim that they played the key role in its victory. If the latter, they will spare no effort to purge Ukraine of the quote-unquote traitors who contributed to its loss. It is essential to draw attention to this danger today, even before the fighting ends, because far-right nationalism poses a triple threat to Ukraine's future. First, it is a threat to internal stability and social harmony. Second, it is a threat to relations with all of Ukraine's neighbors. We often forget about it. Poland, Hungary, Romania, there are tensions there too. Third, it is a threat to Ukraine's hopes for integration into European institutions, since it is an assault on the independence of cultural, religious, and other minorities. The alternative to nationalism that Ukrainians have consistently voted for when given the chance is civic patriotism. Patriotism and nationalism both appeal to identity and values. But while nationalism mobilizes the populace through an exclusive definition of who belongs, in which civic identity is equated with ethnicity and culture, patriotism mobilizes through an inclusive definition of who belongs, in which civic identity is kept distinct from ethnicity and culture. Thus, whereas nationalism places the cultural, religious, and ethnic unity of a people above all other values, patriotism values the people's common liberty enshrined in equality before the law. For the past 2 decades, Ukraine has relied on nationalism to unite society, but found that its exclusive approach to ethnic and cultural solidarity only fosters political resentments among those who are considered недоукраинцы, not Ukrainian enough. If instead the government supported a patriotism that allowed for cultural, religious, and ethnic pluralism, I suspect that it would lead to an unprecedented social solidarity, transcend political divisions, and encourage all Ukrainians to become stakeholders in the social order. The choice of which of these two models, nationalistic or patriotic, Ukraine will follow after the war, will, I believe, ultimately determine its fate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Petro, for a brilliant presentation, both in content and form, if I may say so. Professor Petro suggested that we perhaps ask our panelists to join everybody here, and then maybe respond and ask some questions before we turn to the audience. So if there are people who are in this panel, Dr. Shakaryan, Dr. Sertian, and Dr. Abkhayidze, who would like to join us here, perhaps we could have brief comments and a discussion among themselves, and then turn it over to the audience.
Maybe after all the presentations.
Oh, you want to do that after the presentation?
Yeah, after the presentations, it would be even better.
Sure, it's a democracy. Thank you.
What kind of democracy?
But it's not a nationalist democracy. Patriotic. Yes, it's a patriotic democracy. It's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague, Piotr Shakaryan. He's a research fellow at the Center for Historical Research at the Higher School of Economics in St. Petersburg, Russia.
Thank you very much, Artur. And the PowerPoint is loading. But basically today my presentation focuses on the process of how Russia came into the Caucasus. So we talk about the current geopolitical developments. We talk about Armenia, Georgia, Azerbaijan, Artsakh, etc. And I just go like, okay, good. But basically, it's important to not forget how did Russia come into this region, because there's been some talk, some people say that, for example, is Russia leaving the Caucasus? Is Russia's position relevant in the Caucasus? And actually, I mean, in terms of the present-day situation, I mean, here in Armenia, despite Pashinyan's best efforts, we can see very clearly, if you just walk on Abovian Street, right, next to where we are right now, every other person on the street is speaking Russian, in addition to, of course, Armenian. And you also have, naturally, you go to the stores, you see Russian products, you turn on TV, you see Russian culture. So Russia is very much everywhere. But still, nevertheless, there are these kind of analyses. You hear that Russia is departing. And I would submit that that actually is incorrect. And also it is blind to the history of how Russia came to this region and why Russia values this region of the Caucasus. So I call this the prisoner of the mountains. Question mark. Is Russia a prisoner of this region that I'm talking about today? And again, we have this allusion to Pushkin. You know, I had to, of course, incorporate this. Or if you want to allude to Leonid Gaidai's famous film, we have that as well. But my whole point here is to show the whole process of how did Russia get to this region, right? So we talk about the southward expansion of Russia. Every history of the Russian expansion toward the Caucasus begins with, our good friend Ivan Grozny.
I request you to speak into the mic.
Yes, sorry about that. That the history begins with our good friend Ivan Grozny, right? I could also reference another very famous Soviet comedy in relation to this, but I digress. With the conquest of Kazan in 1552 and Astrakhan in 1556, and in addition to this, we also had the role of the Cossacks, the Cossacki, who basically, again played this kind of leading push toward the expansion in the Caucasus, especially when we look at the Terek River, and they were not, of course, the only Cossacks that were involved in this process. You had Kuban Cossacks, you had Don Cossacks, but for our purposes right now, I'm focusing on actually Terek Cossacks, right? Then we fast forward to, hold your seats, because we're fast forwarding to the 18th century here, where Peter the Great, the great Tsar reformer, had this idea of trying to find. I hope I'm not pulling way too hard from the microphone. Was trying to find access to the sea. This was his big idea, his big ambition, access to the sea. Right? And you have him here. We're talking about Senate Square in St. Petersburg. Here you have me meeting with the great Imperator. And yes, I know. It's all quite interesting, isn't it? Yes. So anyway, Russia, you think it's so huge. There's so much water here. There's so many outlets to the sea. But they're not the most ideal outlets to the sea. Peter wanted an outlet to the Baltic Sea and also in the south toward the warm water ports in the Black Sea. So you have this. You have, of course, look at the situation Russia was faced with in the Black Sea region. 1696, Peter takes Azov. This is extremely important for the whole process of the southern expansion toward the Caucasus. But then he loses it. But then Catherine the Great retakes it in 1774. But Peter also has his eyes, especially once he's defeated Charles XII of Sweden in the Great Northern War. Right? This is how we end up at St. Petersburg. He turns his attention south again, toward the Caspian Sea, in his Persian campaign, or Caspian campaign, of the 1720s. And in this campaign, he has some interested allies in the region. He has the Georgian kingdom of Kartli, right? This is Vakhtang VI. And you also have the principalities, the Melikdoms of Sunik and Artsakh. Right? And I use, of course, this term Artsakh to refer, this is a map from the 9th century. But when we look at this period, the map looks more like this. And in fact, I talk about Artsakh as a single region, but in fact we're dealing with a period where it's known as Khamsa, the 5, right? The 5 Melikdoms of Karabakh, right? And so these were Peter's allies in the region. You even also had the famous case of Israel Ori, who was in the service of the Tsar, right? And again, I want to emphasize the importance of Sunik and Artsakh to the whole process of the Russian expansion, right? In addition to Kartli and later on Kakheti as well. Also, Israel Ori is from Sisian. Georgia, we have here again our good friend Vakhtang, the Vakhtang VI. Right? So anyway, you have the Peter the Great's Persian campaign of the 1720s, or Caspian campaign. He takes several settlements here along the Caspian coast. I'm not going to go into all the details because I don't want to be here all day talking about that. I'm just giving you a quick overview of what was going on. And actually, even if you go to Erenbey, the Russian National Library, they actually recently had a whole, exhibition on Peter the Great and his campaigns, including this Kaspiyski Pohod or Persitsky Pohod, and you get the idea. Unfortunately, the kind of gains from this campaign were quite limited. In the end, Peter's troops faced great difficulties. There was disease, malaria, so on and so forth. Eventually, Russia forfeited these positions. The Armenians and the Georgians, unfortunately, were left in the lurch to defend themselves against an invading Ottoman force. This is where our friend Vakhtang VI, so this is David Bek and Sunik fighting against the Turks, but then you had Vakhtang VI who fled to Russia, right? He's buried in Astrakhan, as a matter of fact. Later on, Persia, which was also in civil war at this period of time, under Nader Shah, reconstitutes itself. Nader Shah cuts a deal with the Empress Catherine, the Empress Anna. I'm sorry about that. My mind is jumping ahead to Catherine the Great. He cuts a deal with Empress Anna to get back the Caspian territories that Peter took. And you basically have the situation. But still, Russia has that interest going south. That is not something that they're going to let go of. And as we know, in the Russo-Turkish War, 1768 to 1774, Turkey is handed a brutalizing defeat by the Russians. And you have here, of course, our good friend Potemkin, who is a favorite of Catherine. This is kind of photoshopped, but you get the idea. Very, very romantic favoritism, right? Well, Catherine defeats the Turks, and this brings Russia closer. It brings Russia closer in the Black Sea region. Now, all of a sudden, you have Russia in the area that is today known as Novorossiya, right? This is our favorite Donbass, and our favorite Zaporizhia and Kherson, and all this, but also, especially, Crimea. This is the most important piece of property that Russia gets, and the most important property that Russia possesses today. So 1774, this is a huge victory, although many foreign observers are not so impressed with this, particularly in England, right? They are very critical of Catherine. A good dose of misogyny is also on display here. You have this too, Catherine in a bear suit. Now let me ask the audience members, does this image look familiar to you? It may look familiar to you. Why? Because I've seen this show before. Whenever Russia becomes successful, you always have a kind of a big kind of uproar from certain critics in the West. And we have a whole collection of this, actually, by the way. We have this welcome to Moscow, and it's so it goes, and then, from Kerch in Crimea, this brings Russia even closer to the Caucasus, right? And the Georgians see an opportunity. By now, it's Kartli, Kakheti, because the people from Kakheti and the people from Kartli decide to get together under this unified Bagrationi kingdom. So Bagratuni, there's this old, Armeno-Georgian dynasty that goes back, in the centuries. This name Bagration, we know the great Georgian hero of the Napoleonic Wars of 1812, Bagration. Think about Baradina. This is a big name in the Caucasus, right? So the Georgians see an opportunity to get together with the Russians, right? And there's also this issue that there's greater connectivity. You have the expansion by the Russian forces of the Georgian military road in 1783, extremely important artery to the region. And I just want to make sure my time here is good. Yes. Of course, it's always good to see the beautiful churches like Gergeti Monastery in the mountains here. Vladikavkaz, a year later, is established after the expansion of the Georgian military road. The name itself in Russian, Vladikavkaz, gives you a good intention of, or gives you a good idea of the Russian intentions for the region, right? Vlast, it's basically the idea of leader, of master of the Caucasus. I'll use that translation, master of the Caucasus. So anyway, the Georgians see an opportunity to get together with the Russians, and in the Georgievsk Treaty of 1783, Catherine and Irakli II get together to negotiate the beginning of a beautiful friendship, Georgia and Russia, right? Or Eastern Georgia and Russia, because it's not yet the full Georgia, right? But you get the idea here. This is, again, the famous Soviet-era monument commemorating that treaty. Of course, the Russian motives, strategic position, strategic factor, vis-a-vis the Ottomans, right? And also mineral resources. Catherine is told there are mineral resources there. It's close to the potential allies in Eastern Armenia. Also, it brings Russia closer to the trade routes of the East. This was a big motivation for why Peter gets in the region. By the way, when we talk about the overarching reasons for the Russian expansion into the Caucasus, all you have to do is take a flight from Yerevan to St. Petersburg. Because what do you see? You look out the window of your airplane, and you see the mountains of Armenia, the mountains of Georgia, the mountains of Dagestan. And then when you go to Russia, you see flat land. Flat. It's flat, right? And so for Russia to come into this region of the Caucasus, it provides it with a natural border. Because the whole history of Russia's expansion, of course, there's the interest in resources, there's the interest in trade, and so on and so forth. But it's the issue of the security. Because the Russians, sometimes they don't even want to expand. But it's for that search for a defensible border, for defensible frontiers. That's a huge, huge reason. Am I correct? Okay. I get my approval there from my Russian colleague. But anyway, you get the idea that this is so significant. This Caucasus is a natural fortress, a krepes, for the Russians, right? So you have those Russian motives. Georgian motives, also security, strategic factor. They want protection against the Persians and the Ottomans. Kartli Kaketi is under informal Persian influence. They don't like that. There are problems with economy. Irakli wants to unite the country. He has problems with nobles, and so on and so forth. Basic terms: Georgian allegiance to Russia, Georgian foreign policy under Russian control, but also Russian support for Georgian security, and at least for now, continuation of Bagrationi dynasty. So you have that. And Russian forces are also stationed in Georgia. This is a huge thing because Georgia in its history never allowed for forces to be stationed there. What happens though, unfortunately, is due to another Russo-Turkish war, the Russians have to withdraw the forces from Georgia temporarily. Doesn't mean that they're not interested in this region or that they have no ambitions in the region, but sometimes when you're dealing with certain situations, you have to withdraw temporarily. Such was the case here. But meanwhile, in Persia, you had the rise of a new dynasty, the Qajar dynasty, and Aga Muhammad Khan Qajar really wanted to teach the Georgians a lesson. You can't go against us. You are in our influence. What is this idea of you going to the Russians? And in 1795, he sacks Tiflis, right? A question for you, a question for the audience. What was Catherine the Great's reaction to this? Was she happy that Tiflis was sacked? Was she satisfied with this? Probably not. Actually, no, she was not. She was furious. She was furious. And she authorized, again, another expedition against Persia in the Caucasus, led by Valerian Zubov, who was the younger brother of another favorite of Catherine, Platon Zubov. Right? Zubovs become very famous later on when we talk about the death of Tsar Paul I. he wasn't very popular, what can I say? Argutinsky, he was this kind of Armenian advisor to them. But this campaign does not last because Paul comes into the region, pulls the plug on the Zubovs, who he hates. He also hates Catherine, his mother. There's a long familial history here. But in the end, he does not last. You see his end date, 1801. He annexes Georgia outright. He annexes Kartli Kakheti outright. And you have a new czar who comes into the picture. The Persians are still not happy with the situation. They're furious with the situation. But Russia is now in the region. And when you look at a map, you begin to understand the dynamics a little bit closer. There's the Georgian military highway. It's the only link connecting Russia with Kartli Kakheti. So then the idea becomes now we have to secure Kartli Kakheti. So we have to take all the territories around it. I don't have a laser pointer. So I have to do this. Is there like a mobile mic? Maybe I'll take the mobile mic. Yeah.
Thank you. You have 10 minutes. Okay, good, thank you.
I'm wrapping up. I'm getting toward the end here. But you have here the Georgian military road, Kartli Kakheti. The idea is really to take the areas around it to secure their central position in the Caucasus. Because now this becomes a new security dilemma for the Russians. You have a Georgian Prince Tsitsianov, who's sent down to do this task and to bring the Georgian nobility back, or to bring the Georgian nobility to St. Petersburg. There's a lot more I can discuss with this, but for now, this is the overall picture. Persia is not happy with the situation, and you have, in 1804 to 1813, the First Russo-Persian War. Tiflis, as we know, this becomes the Russian center of the Caucasus. 1806, Baku is taken. Tsitsianov takes it. But then what happens to him? He is killed near Baku. But still, the process continues. Russia gradually gets Western Georgian principalities. We're talking here Mingrelia, Abkhazia, Guria, and so on and so forth, Imereti, right? And in addition to that, they also have this issue emerging up here in the north, because the north is not under control. That's the part of the Caucasus that proves to be the most stubborn and the most difficult to take for the Russians. But it's also a security issue because they have something called the Lekia Nova, right? The raids of the North Caucasians, the Lezgi, although this is a general term, on the Georgian lowlanders in Kakheti. It's a big problem, right? So gradually, Russia is able to take up all these pieces. Here, the Treaty of Gulistan in 1813, Russia, these possessions are formalized under Russian control. Gulistan, this is in northern Nagorno-Karabakh, northern Karabakh, right? You see this crepest of Gulistan from the 18th century. This again kind of gives you the idea. Among the 5 Melikdoms of Karabakh, Khamsa is the northernmost, north of the Marav Mountains, right? You get that idea here. And the final Russian expansion occurs in 1828 with the capture of, or with the Second Russo-Persian War, 1826-1828, with the taking of Yerevan and Echmiadzin, but also Nakhichevan, right? This is when the rest of Eastern Armenia becomes part of the Russian Empire. There is also a security element here too, because even if we go back to the period of Queen Tamar of Georgia, Queen Tamar the Great, right? It's another rendition of her. She looks like one of my former students at American University of Armenia. But anyway, you get the idea that what Queen Tamar did was she basically established the Zakarians in Armenia, and having this also kind of fortified Georgia in the south, because the Armenian plateau, the Armenian highland, is a natural crepust. So Russia took that same kind of cue, and we fast forward here now to the 19th century, and the idea was to get into Eastern Armenia. And actually, Alexei Yermolov, very famous in the Russian expansion in the Caucasus, kind of provokes a war with the Persians in 1826. Eventually, Tsar Nicholas I, because now we have a new Tsar, he dismisses him, he puts in Paskevich. But in any case, you have the Treaty of Turkmenchai in 1828, right? And so, how many minutes do I have?
Maybe 5.
Okay, well, actually I'm not, as a matter of fact. But the idea is so then you have the Eastern Armenia, which is organized as now the Armянskaya Oblast here in the Caucasus. And this really kind of is more or less how the region is formulated as the region we know today. There are a few more expansions. We talk about the Russo-Turkish War of 1829 here. They take the area of, in this region of kind of Javaketi. There's also here 1870s war where they take Gars, they take the area of Ajaria on the Black Sea, Batumi. This is quite significant, quite important. And this is more or less the region as we know it today. But again, those security concerns do not diminish for Russia. For Russia, this is, like I say, a natural krepest, a natural fortress for a largely flatland state, a state that is largely steppe, right? Much like Ukraine, by the way, mostly steppe. But to have this mountainous krepest, this mountainous fortress, is so significant for the Russian security and really the Russian kind of preservation in this region, right? And not only the North Caucasus, but to have good relations with the three republics and to have stable relations with the three republics of the Southern Caucasus as well, with the balance of power, ideally between Armenia and Azerbaijan, which is now kind of off-kilter due to the most recent events. And so with that, I conclude, and thank you very much.
I want to thank Pietro for a very, very passionate and exciting historical journey. I would just like to mention that I will not be responsible for any statements.
You take
during the presentation.
Oh, wait, excuse me.
I wanted to also say this too. Actually, there was one more point I wanted to add, actually, to my presentation, that when we talk about this region,
Again, I'm sorry about this. I'm so sorry about this. How do you make it up? Full screen? I also want to emphasize, of course, when we talk about this Caucasus region, the importance also of Artsakh Nagorno-Karabakh to the whole Russian expansion of the region. We cannot forget about that, especially in today's day and age. We have microphone.
Yes, here we go.
Yeah. No. We cannot forget about the central position of Artsakh Nagorno-Karabakh in this process. The Melikdoms of Karabakh. Actually, it's quite interesting because it was known as Artsakh or Hamsa historically, but then what happened was in the mid-18th century, the Malik Shahnazar allied with the Khan of Karabakh, and the region of Artsakh was subsumed into the Khanate of Karabakh, and from that time onward it was known actually as Nagorno-Karabakh. It was never known as Nagorno-Karabakh before. It was always known as Artsakh or Hamsa or Kachen, whatever, but it was never known before this time as Mountainous Karabakh. So that was the first thing. But it plays such a significant role with Kartli Kakheti, and actually Kartli and Kakheti, in bringing Russia into the region. And we can say Kartli and Kakheti in Georgia, and Sunik and Artsakh in Armenia were like the Piedmonts for kind of the process of national unification of these entities and the bringing of Russia into the region. So that's the last point I want to make. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pietro. It's very exciting. We clearly have a passion for history. I just want to say that again, we will not be responsible for any controversy.
can we maybe turn off the map now, I think? Well, unless you want to keep it up. I don't...
I think the note, the argument that was made by Professor Petro is also very important. We should really think about whether or not, what is the relationship between ethnicity, ethnic identity, ethnic culture, and civic identity. Does every ethnic group have the capacity or right to have its own territory and political sovereignty? It doesn't seem to be possible.
which ones do and which ones do not. We don't have an answer for that. What is an empire and what is a multinational state? We don't really know the difference. How much should we be thinking about history versus how much should we be thinking about our present day? And how much of our ethnic identity should be important versus who we are as people? These are very interesting questions. I think we absolutely do not have time to discuss them, but these are important concepts, I think, to bear in mind. So I would like to invite my very good friend, Suren Sargsyan, who is a director. I finally learned how to do introductions. Who is the director of the Armenian Center for American Studies. It's my pleasure to be here.
Thank you, Arthur, very much. Thank you, first of all, for organizing this wonderful event and bringing all these wonderful colleagues here to your honor. Thanks to our young friends, students who have a lot for organizing this event. Since we're an international conference and we had stages in French, in Russian probably we'll have, in English, so I'll switch from here to Armenian to give you a brief introduction of U.S. foreign policy towards Armenia. And I'll even maybe to guys who don't understand Armenian to pick you a translation. Thanks.
Okay, let me see how we're going to do this.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, sure. They're outside in. Okay. Leo, could we get some more units? Must you do it in Armenian? We have to ask everybody to exit and get their units, and everybody has to.
Yeah, whoever needs that, I'll do it.
Would you please do that? Because otherwise.
Can you send me a copy of your slides?
Конечно. Absolutely.
Raise that show hands, please.
Could we see how many people needed? Well, 2 right here, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6,
6,
7.
What's happened?
6 or 7.
This is about translation, because he's going to speak in Armenian, so that's the only thing.
At least we have to have one more speaker here.
Well, ich hatte es ну что ж.
պաշտոնյաները հենց այդ ժամանակ եկան Հայաստան, առաջին այցելությունները Միացյալ Նահանգներ մեր պաշտոնյաների կողմից հենց այդ ժամանակ եղան դեպի Միացյալ Նահանգներ եւ ըստ էության հայ-ամերիկյան հարաբերությունների հիմքը ընդունված է կարծել, որ դրվել են հենց այդ ժամանակահատվածում Հայաստանի անկախությունը ճանաչելուց հետո, որ դեռ ունեցավ
independence, which happened
դեկտեմբերի 25-ին
on December 25, 19.
ավարտի հայտնի ելույթից հետո հաստատում է ճանաչեց Հայաստանի անկախությունը,
Senior de facto recognized Armenia's independence, then stated that the U.S. intends to establish diplomatic relations with the newly independent former Soviet states, including the Republic of Armenia. By the way, interestingly, before that, when Armenia was still not officially recognized, Armenia's leader, the first president, had already a visit to Washington and met with, in the White House, met with President Bush. If not officially, then U.S.'s latent foreign policy in Armenia began right after the 1988 earthquake, because on December 7, 1988, Soviet leader Gorbachev was in New York meeting with President Reagan and President-elect Bush. And that, as soon as that news came, after hours, he cut short his visit and returned to Moscow to then travel to Soviet Armenia to understand on the ground what happened, because the news was very ambivalent, reaching even Moscow. It was difficult for news to even reach Moscow as to what happened in Armenia. At the time, Bush became very actively engaged in the founding of bilateral relations. The U.S. were the first to send aid to Armenia. Hours after the earthquake, the first American armed forces planes delivered aid to the town of Spitak. These were the first steps by the Bush administration. Although he had an entered into office, he was supposed to enter office on January 20. But Reagan was the outgoing president, and he would transfer these powers to the president-elect George Bush. So in the U.S., right around that time when the Soviet Union began to crumble, to collapse, hadn't even completely collapsed, there were discussions of what Washington's foreign policy to the newly independent states should be, what priorities it should have, what principles should they work on. From that time on, the U.S.'s political, scholarly and academic circles developed this approach that everything must be done to stop Russian influence from rebounding in former Soviet states, including naturally the South Caucasus, including naturally the Central Asian countries, and not only academic circles, not only research centers, but also the whole state apparatus of the U.S. became actively engaged in that field with the aim to minimize Russia's influence over this region, to bring it as close to zero as possible, which was accurate because Washington now had a chance of working directly with all the region's states, including the resource-rich Azerbaijan, the resource-rich Central Asian states. So you did not any longer need to strike a deal with Moscow. You could talk straight to Baku, straight to Almaty, and lead the process without Moscow's agreement. This unleashed new horizons for the U.S. and the region for economic activity as well. And right around that time in the U.S., that was the opinion that they needed to utmost reduce Russia's influence over the region. How was that to be done? In the U.S., the calculation was that if in the region, the South Caucasus, speaking of the South Caucasus, there are no conflicts, then Russia's engagement, Russia's influence over our region will be significantly lost. Now, of course, at the time there were conflicts. The Nagorno-Karabakh or Artsakh First War was in its active hostilities phase. There was also a conflict, the Armenian-Turkish. There was a hot conflict and a cold one. Borders were closed. No bilateral relations whatsoever. Turkey did not want to open the border to establish diplomatic relations. Armenia, even though Armenia as an independent state, Turkey was one of the first to recognize independent Armenia. But to date, we have no diplomatic relations. And to date, our common border has not once been opened, well, actually, with the exception of a couple of cases, which were really more than military in nature. through the solution of the regional conflicts to reduce Russia's influence in this region was something that gained flesh and blood, especially when the hostilities in Nagorno-Karabakh stopped and folks in Washington started to more actively look into this region. Our region, the South Caucasus, was never of strategic importance to the U.S. Moreover, the individual countries here have not had strategic importance for the U.S. and there's a reason why in the U.S. national security strategies under different presidents, once under Clinton, the region was mentioned in the U.S. national security strategy, once under the Biden administration, the South Caucasus was mentioned with the view that the U.S. under the Biden administration will use all its diplomatic leverage to resolve their conflict in the South Caucasus. The South Caucasus conflict obviously was the Artsakh conflict and the Armenian-Azerbaijan relations. So the foundation that was laid in the early 90s evolved under all presidents, and until the Biden administration, really pretty much the same principle, resolving the conflict as a way to reduce Russian influence. That was always the line that was maintained. When the U.S. historically, in the last 30-35 years, saw that it was possible for Armenian, Turkish, Armenian-Azerbaijan relations to achieve progress, they very promptly got engaged. Not by coincidence, all the Armenian-Turkish normalization initiatives came from Washington. They were under the administration of Bush Sr., Clinton, then Bush W., then Obama. In '94, Armenia's president, the first president, was invited to the White House for a first ever official visit, because for the Clinton administration, his views on the resolution of the MK conflict and the Armenian-Turkish relations were acceptable. Everyone understood that these two processes were interconnected, but they were trying to disentangle them, detach them, which never actually worked. The second time the U.S. saw a window for resolving at least one of these two problems, in this particular case, the MK problem, the Armenian-Azerbaijani relationship context, that was when President Kocharian, as Armenia's second president, was invited to First Key West with his counterpart, Aliyev, Haydar Aliyev, at the time, the then Secretary of State Colin Powell had talks with them. The understanding with the White House was that if there were a possibility to make progress, if there were any possibility to make progress, both leaders would be invited to the White House, and the president would have separate, and he did have separate meetings with the two leaders. That was exactly when the offer on the table in Key West was the so-called corridor. Azerbaijan wanted to be connected with Nakhichevan via the territory of Armenia. Technically, of course, it was a different type of connection than the one that is presented or portrayed or conceived today. Of course, there was a different situation back then. But the Armenian side would agree and would say yes. We can agree in that way if MK gets de facto recognition. We can also allow Azerbaijan to have that linkage. Azerbaijan did not agree to that because any weakening of its position, unlike MK, would undermine Aliyev's stay in power and his conveyance of power to his son. So he chose the option of keeping the power and passing it on to his son. After the third attempt to normalize Armenian-Turkish relations, it was the so-called football diplomacy when Armenia's third president, Sargsyan, was in office at the time. The football diplomacy quite actively was circulated. Of course, it was mostly dealt with by the so-called three co-chairs. It wasn't about the Armenian-Azerbaijani relations, but the three Minsk group co-chairs, US, France, and Russia, mediated this process. But the most active was the U.S. Hillary Clinton, Secretary of State, who aimed to become president, was the most active, and obviously she needed some foreign policy achievements to showcase in her election campaign so that in 2016 she would get elected president of the U.S. Now these were the three main stages. Three presidents of the U.S. working together, discussing using different opportunities to discuss those processes. Came the fourth stage after the change of power in Armenia. And then again, there was historic chance seen in the U.S. to regulate the problem, but an exceptional option, because now we're dealing with a situation where Armenia was willing to give up on all types of hardline positions, actually did give up, was ready to meet all of Turkey's preconditions, all of Azerbaijan's preconditions, and this naturally created fertile ground for one-sided unilateral concessions as a way to resolve regional conflicts. Essentially, in those last 35 years, this was the picture in our region, and this is the U.S.'s engagement and the activity by stages. For the U.S., as I noted, our region has no strategic importance. But given the geography, the region is per se important to the U.S. because, after all, the neighbors of the South Caucasus are U.S.'s number one opponent, Russia, important strategic partner, later number Turkey, and obviously the number one rival, the U.S., Iran. This, of course, makes the region very interesting for the U.S. and its active engagement is very important here for Washington. In the context of bilateral relations, the U.S. does not have deep strategic bilateral relationships, and it cannot, because there really are no preconditions for having very deep strategic relationships with the three states, which you cannot say for the region. So the U.S. would have liked this to be a region where it would have, similar to the Baltics, three countries, similar foreign policy aspirations, to integrate with NATO, to integrate with the EU, and so on. But as in our region, there are three different countries with three different foreign policy perceptions. The latest election in Georgia is now broadly changing the big picture in our region. And obviously, the U.S. The U.S.'s region-alone approach cannot be secured, and it will continue, in my opinion, to work with the individual states with a lesser agenda as for Armenian-American bilateral relations. In different months, Armenia is the U.S.'s 165th to 170th trade partner, so no deep trade partnership. I have a hard time imagining how Armenia could be of interest to the U.S. I mean, geography-wise or resource-wise, because we don't have gas or oil or sea access or trade turnover or a big market. Hence, what would be of interest to the U.S. or what investments would the U.S. want to make in a small economy, small population Armenia? So, the Armenian-American relations agenda predominantly circled around U.S. aid by the United States. In recent years, the U.S., in the last 30 years, the U.S. put in $2.5 to $3 billion of aid in Armenia, which is per capita the highest, or one of the highest aid figures ever given by the U.S. to any country. And of course, the top of the line is Israel. It's now going to be Ukraine and other countries, but Armenia certainly is one of the per capita aid recipient leaders. It's not by coincidence that in recent years, under the Trump administration, by the way, Trump had no sort of meetings with his Armenian counterpart. Never, ever, any meetings. He became the first and only president who not only had not met, not even had a phone call with his Armenian counterpart. Same goes true for Biden, 4 years of presidency, such active engagement in the Armenian-Azerbaijani relationship normalization and the Armenian-Turkish normalization process. Not a single phone call. Not a single meeting with his Armenian counterpart. This, again, isn't what an exceptional thing, because all former presidents, as I said, already had meetings with their Armenian counterparts. The Americans with their Armenian counterparts, but this truly is very exceptional. The first high-level contact that happened just a few days ago, Armenia's prime minister had made a congratulatory phone call to Trump, congratulated him on getting elected. Usually these protocol conversations or dialogue or phone conversations last 2 to 3 minutes. And I think it's just a protocol nature, because Trump, I believe, according to our latest calculations, received 87 such phone calls from all over the world, different leaders. Now, if heavy states don't talk to each other, they don't have discussions, that means that in the bilateral relations there are no problems that only they could solve, and there are no critical issues that would be worthy of the attention of heavy states. So very briefly, I think that's all I wanted to share with you about the history of Armenian-American relations and their current state as to Trump. I think, unlike his first presidency, the second term will be a bit more active in terms of his foreign policy engagement, because he was leaving in 2020, the world was very different from the world to which he's returning in 2024. And he cannot just set aside certain things or forget or overlook, completely overlook certain things, such as the Armenian-Azerbaijani relations in the talks. It's come to a point where Biden is sending a letter to the heads of Armenia-Azerbaijan, telling them to sign the letter before he leaves, before the end of the year. Sign the letter, he says. Sign the bilateral agreement. So there's some things are happening, about which there's agreement. The text could be signed or pre-signed at least, initially. What's that deal? What's going to happen to that deal under Trump is hard to tell, but I don't think that he would come and quickly say, hey, rush to sign and thank you to the Democrats and Mr. Biden for this wonderful achievement. I think that ain't going to happen. He may drag on some time to continue the talks and then reach a point where he would be able to claim the credits, get the Nobel Prize for Peace, which he's long spoken about. It's really his dream, pretty much. And I think that in the coming months, we'll see some specific steps or statements in this direction by Trump's team before it enters into office. And after January 20, I think the situation will crystallize further. Thank you very much. Same channel to the European Armenia.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello again. Report is in Russian, and I beginning. Грузия в многополярном мире в контексте политических и экономических перспектив. После развала Советского Союза в 1991 году прекратила свое существование полярная система мирового.
Bipolar system of the world geopolitical order ceased,
Это была определенная трагедия.
That was a certain tragedy for the whole world.
В последних глобальных географических
In the ensuing geopolitical changes, there was a transformation The political system as a result of which the hegemony of the West was established, Euro-Atlantic alliance led by the U.S. De facto, the U.S. became the only owner of the unipolar world, and Georgia and the whole Caucasus region found themselves in the same paradigm. So, the geopolitical situation was shifted to the benefit of the Euro-Atlantics. In Georgia, a pro-Western, liberal political and financial elite emerged, in part opportunistic, not ideologically pro-Western, as we're seeing now in other countries of the post-Soviet space, including here in Armenia. Tbilisi, over 30 years, carried out or pursued only one vector of its foreign policy, the Euro-Atlantic vector, which very negatively influenced the overall domestic and foreign political situation in Georgia. We lost 25% of our territory. Caucasus and South Ossetia became our conflict regions, and because of that Euro-Atlantic vector, we cannot engage in a full dialogue with Russia and the other regional countries, which could act as a guarantor of the regulation of these conflicts. Now, global politics have significantly changed in the last 2 or 3 years, in particular after the special military operation began in the Ukraine, and there's an active process of emergence of the new world order. That is a multipolar world, and in this situation, the catastrophic consequences that existed for the post-Soviet space as a result of the collapse and the emergence of the unipolar world can now be gradually fixed. So we've got a chance to carry out a multipolar, multi-vector, call it C. The multipolar world is a guarantor of security and equality and partnership of countries based on equal rights and international law in accordance with the principles of international law. And that's very important for Georgia, because for a small country which wants to maintain its identity, traditions, religion, and to pursue its sovereign domestic foreign policies, a multipolar world gives these opportunities. A unipolar world does not give such opportunities, because there's the hegemony of only one state and its allies, referring to the U.S. and its allies, Euro-Atlantics. The South Caucasus was historically always a center of world geopolitics, and historically, regional players always wanted to strengthen their national interests in this region. Referring primarily to Russia, because it is the hegemony country. Such regional players as Turkey, not a small country, given its autonomy and its foreign policy. Iran also, of course, want to pursue or rather influence this region. And now, another active joiner in the process is China, which is very intensively pursuing its interests in Georgia. In the period after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the role and significance of this region in a unipolar world grew significantly. But that had its negative sides as well. Now that the situation has changed, there are new possibilities of conducting multilateral policies, implementing new economic projects. And to these projects, they're very diverse, and they're just giving ample opportunity. But these opportunities are fully carrying out the political goals. Pursuing its goals is now undermined by the factor of ethnic conflicts that are not resolved. Conflicts with the de facto regions of Caucasus, South Ossetia, and for Armenia, the problem that has not been fully resolved yet, de facto, over 30 years. A partial blockade, because it couldn't carry out engage in full economic ties, and the same was true for the conflict regions of Caucasus and South Ossetia. The transit paths that go through South Ossetia are fully closed and they do not allow trade and economic ties with the neighboring countries. The projects which are carried out by China, the Road 1 Belt, because Georgia is historically part of the Silk Road, and if the road is not opened, the railroad is not opened by Abkhazia, then it will certainly, it could certainly not be possible for anyone, China, for the countries of the region of Georgia to carry out these projects. In this situation, there's still the problem of Armenia was taken over by Germany, which has not been fully solved. It also gets in the way of implementing these projects, so these issues need to be dealt with. As to the geopolitical changes in the last 2 years, sharply accelerating, and talking about the middle corridor, the Caspian International Transportation Corridor, which passes through Central Asia and connects China with Europe. At the start of the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, there's growing demand for that corridor because cargo from India, cargo from Iran is supposed to enter Russia's European part. They need favorable logistics and they need this possibility. And the middle corridor allows this. And Central Asian countries also can do this with transporting their oil products, energy resources, and hydrocarbons. And there's another aspect. Agricultural produce also needs this corridor, and this corridor plays a huge role. And now, there's a possibility of carrying out a multi-vector policy and a multipolar world with the emerging new geopolitical system. And in this paradigm, Georgia, of course, can develop a geopolitical line in line with its interests and change its foreign policy vector, which would serve the benefit of our economy. As to the north-south route, both for cars as well as rail, Georgia is not the only country. Armenia also plays a huge role here. We need to collaborate with Armenia in order to diversify our opportunities and to carry out fundamental work in terms of work, and this is primarily in Iran's interests, because we understand that Azerbaijan is a strategic partner of Turkey, and at times Turkey and Iran have diverging interests or set differences on ideological and strategic matters, on foreign policy matters. And the north-south is that route, which is very important for Russia as well. Here, Georgia can gain, as it can also gain from the middle corridor, significant financial dividends and preferences, including political ones. Any such project would in the future contribute to the regulation of these and other conflicts in the region. Let me now speak about Georgia and China. It is a very interesting phenomenon because in Georgia-China relationship, you really understand this is a strategic relationship. We signed an agreement with China. It's nonsensical, because there's this international law collision, because Georgia's constitution says Euro-Atlantic journey, entering NATO. And in that same situation, this year, our Prime Minister, former Prime Minister Irakli Garibashvili, signed a strategic agreement with China for a strategic partnership. This is about free trade, which gives ample opportunity to Georgia to trade, engage in foreign trade relations, trade with China, but a strategic partnership. I mean, geopolitical experts can think deep. What would this mean? This basically dismantles the whole system, the geopolitical system. It's a totally new picture because Georgia's leadership is taking decisions contrary to its constitution. Understanding the political reality that currently exists in Georgia, not just in Georgia, but the whole world, Georgia's leadership reformatted itself in a timely manner and did not continue the journey that we struck the journey that Saakashvili's regime had adopted. Not fully multi-vector, but balanced policy in the national interest, and every country should pursue it, so that be governed by its sovereign interests, national interests, act in accordance with the sovereignty and its constitution. Turning to the infrastructure projects that we have with China, Georgia has this One Road, One Belt. China is actively investing in the infrastructure projects in Georgia. It's not 1 or 2 billion, it's already more than $10 billion. It's very important. It's extremely important because China, of course, is firstly taking care of its geopolitical tasks. Because these investments, of course, are to the benefit of development of the state. Let's now talk about Georgia and the EU. Free trade with the EU is what we signed back in 2014, the DCFTA, and we can trade with the EU easily. That's not really true because it's one-way trade. The EU, without quotas, without any limitations, can bring any product to Georgia. Georgia has certain quotas. If we look at the trend now, the numbers aren't as high. 2019, $2 billion, $240 million. 2020, $1 billion, $800. That's what you don't understand. I mean, export and import combined, the total foreign trade. 2021, $2 billion. 2022, $2 billion. 2023. The number is growing. Georgia is mostly importing equipment, cars from China. It's also because Russia is under sanctions and this private import via Georgia to Russia of certain goods. That's why you see this growth in numbers. So the EU is getting more dividends than Georgia is getting. Small country, although we've declared we're moving in that direction, but that's a formality. It's not reality. The political reality, the objective reality is quite different. And now turning to investments, of course, with the EU. I won't give you all the details now. Investment influx to Georgia and how it changed. That one was 2020, $300 million. 2021, investment in Georgia's economy, $900 million. The leader among European states is Spain, $360 million, followed by the Netherlands. Netherlands, okay? $196 million. Ireland, $120 million. Striking, right? These small, tiny countries investing more than Germany or France or the others. Tourism indicators, quite interesting. Georgia significantly saw a significant reduction in tourism during the pandemic. In the last 9 months, 2024, 54% increase in tourism number of visitors to Georgia over the same period in 2023. The numbers are in 2019, 480,000, 2020, 70,000 because of the pandemic, then 2020 an increase to 130,000, 2020 to 130,000, and in 9 months of 2023 for the whole year, 329,000. So those are not big numbers for Georgia. I mean, if you think of the total statistics of the numbers of visitors, it's 6 to 10 million, and it's mostly the neighboring countries. Russia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, post-Soviet, mostly. Very low number with the U.S., although strategic partners, but they don't really strive to visit Georgia. That's pretty odd. Yeah, then we can move on. Georgia, Russia, trade between Georgia and Russia. Really the biggest trade economic partner for Georgia is Russia. The new statistics, I'll share the numbers with you, 2023. Russia and Georgia for 70% of the food produce, oil produce, and the energy resources come in from Russia. Logistics and geography combined. Geography, impossible to change because we cannot import oil and gas molecules from the U.S. and we cannot buy Canadian wheat to Georgia. It's too expensive, unreasonable. Then bread would cost $10 a kilo. Can't afford that. We don't live in the UK where bread costs 3 or 4 pounds and they can afford it. It's a different reality for us. As to remittances, Russia is the leader again. Russia is the leader, and they, in the first quarter of this year, 480 million. These numbers are in billions. 1.5, 2 billion remittances, electronic remittances per year. Mostly, Georgia is living in the territory of Russia, 4th, 5th generation, people who left after the 90s that did not terminate their ties and are still sending money. The number is also growing. There's a number of Russian relicants. It's very high, 300 to 400,000, slightly less now in Georgia. They're really getting in the way. People are pretty liberal, mostly, so they have some crazy mythical ideas normally, and are destructive. They support our destructive opposition, and they create an unfavorable situation. But what can you do? Georgia is a democratic country, and they live in our country. They even take part in the protest actions, because even though they're not citizens of Georgia, but they're contributing to economic growth too. They also get remittances. They also get money transferred to them. They also create public good. They also create they also produce and create good in Georgia. Not much. Russia is the main foreign trade partner. The main foreign trade partner, continuing trade and economic ties, and they cannot be discontinued. Under Saakashvili, we lost the Russian market, but had a very negative impact on our economy. Our alcohol produce, our agriculture produce, basically stopped entering the Russian market, which really hurt Georgia's budget. In 2015, when there was a comeback, we came back to that market. We started to restore Russian-Georgian relationships. It was very hard for us to enter that market again. That segment of the Georgian market, the lower to middle to premium segments, had been occupied by others in Russia. Fortunately, things are getting better now, and it's very positively influencing the Georgian economy. Really big growth is coming up, 2.5% GDP growth, and 3, even 4% some years. For a tiny Georgia, that's a huge plus. And I'll tell you now who the top 3 exporters and importers to and from Georgia are. That's important also to know. Azerbaijan, top exporter. Every year we're getting from Azerbaijan 862 million. Armenia is next, 787 million. Kazakhstan, 703 million. I'm talking about Russia, but the other segment now. Other importers and exporters. Russia's out of competition. The top 3 import countries: Turkey, 2,507 million, followed by the US, 1,900,000,000. And why do we have these numbers with the US? From Georgia, parallel imports entering Russia. It's very important to know that it's just cars, nothing else imported to Georgia. It's all cars. Because Georgia is a transit country, re-exporting via Georgia, and the re-exportation is the reason for those numbers. Do not think that these are strong trade economic ties producing a huge amount of money for Georgia. No. It's all because of that trade, and these are different countries. It's not coming into Georgia's budget. It's entering Georgia's territory and then transited out, followed next by Russia, 1,700,000,000. Let me talk about the 3+3 format. Why is it important not just for Georgia but also for Armenia? This format entails more of a political nature for regional countries, more so than economic, but it has huge significance for Georgia, but not just for Georgia. The 3+3 can yield much economic outcome. Georgia can get from this format large financial dividends. It's a platform where one can discuss new projects, where one could collaborate with the neighboring countries, including Russia, the country with which we do not have official diplomatic relationships. And it's very bad that our leadership are still slowing down this process, not taking part in that moment. But they should, because otherwise we cannot deal with it. If there's no dialogue, the problem will not get solved. 2008 showed to us that military policies, conflicts for the return of territory are destructive for a small country like Georgia. We rather lost more, and in return, our territories got recognized by the others, and this now is a huge problem for us. That the recognition of these territories happened. Now, in a way, we need to deal with it in a different context. Tbilisi, as I said already, is undermined by this political aspect that needs to be dealt with one way or another. As to Armenia, Armenia also could, over 30 years, has been in a blockade, and ways have to be found. It is in Armenia's interest. I'm not saying Armenia should give up on its national interests, its own security, but Armenia has this paradigm where the country could take part in these formats, not to the detriment of its interests. But then you need geopolitical grandmasters, and unfortunately the Caucasus doesn't have too many of those. Very few such specialists and politicians. They're they're biased more than impartial, driven by reality. Any leader, any politician, of course, should pursue a domestic and foreign policy in the interest of the nation, not in their own egocentric political interests, because that just is not consistent with the geopolitical system or state governance system, and the political system does not recognize it, therefore it's not politics. As I said already, the 3+3 format, why is this so important? Big countries, regional big players taking part in it. 3 small ones, Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia, and the 3 big ones, Iran, Turkey, and Russia. And here, of course, we could use this format. Why not? So now, the finale, multipolar world in Georgia. The multipolar political system influenced Georgia positively, as I said already. We now can already examine or consider accession in international organizations that do not belong to the Euro-Atlantic bloc. It's important that we can speak about it already. There's the signed agreement on strategic partnership with China, evidencing this. Experts and politicians in Tbilisi are now openly discussing accession into the Eurasian Economic Union, the Customs Union, the CSTO even is considered. That's, of course, in our national interest. the consideration of these questions, because we have an unresolved problem with Abkhazia and Ossetia. Unlike the European, the Eurasian space allows maintaining our identity, and we can solve our problems, our economic and political problems. But there's a big and small obstacle. For over 30 years, Georgia engaged in a pro-Western, Euro-Atlantic policy, and all reforms were carried out in accordance with these standards. The country has now formed a governance system in line with these standards. The army, the police, law enforcement, it even harmonized the legal and regulatory framework. And for us now to change our vector and to start integrating with the Eurasian structures, we certainly need to change all of that. It won't happen overnight. It's a matter of question of time. Specialists need to work on this and change the whole political system. Subsequently then to integrate with these structures. Importantly also for Georgia, to examine the possibility of joining BRICS and the relationship with the global South, giving Georgia ample opportunity. That's all I had to share with you about Georgia. Thank you very much. So we brought this water especially for you from Tilijan. Tilijan, world's second best water, referring to the cult Soviet film.
No questions. Do you want to do questions now? I think before, yes.
Before or after?
Maybe no, before.
Now it's good.
Now it's good. It's better. Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So I think, gentlemen, if you had any comments or questions to ask or any brief comments to make, and then we'll turn it over to the audience.
Questions.
Oh, yes. Professor Gardner.
Oh,
and then,
yes. Thank you very much. Excellent discussions on all parts. I have a question, though, because I was very happy that the issue of China was brought into the discussion. If I can link my discussion from yesterday to today, I have to dispute the term multipolarity because it implies an equality between all the different powers. And there's no equality between the powers that are arising right now. And that even includes the relationship between Russia and China. Mao Zedong once said China was like monkeys watching two tigers fight. The more the U.S. and the West fight over Ukraine, the more China is going to benefit. And I think this is part of the relationship that now China is entering Georgia, a strategic relationship. So my point is that even between Russia and China, China is moving in financially, selling dual-use technology to the Russians, etc., and gaining access to minerals and resources. This, to me, to get back to the Ukraine question, raises an issue. If this war continues, then China will gain a gradual hegemony vis-a-vis the region versus Russia. And this, to me, is a reason from the Russian perspective. Now, Nicholas Petro mentioned the Ukrainian nationalism. I totally agree with your argument there. But there's also an argument on the Russian side to end this war as soon as possible because of, in my view, China will influence and infiltrate the region even more than it already is. And this strategic relationship with Georgia, to me, is symbolic of that. So I would like just your comments, whoever wants to speak to that. How do you perceive China coming into this? And as I said, I really got to ban this term multipolarity, excuse me, polycentrism, uneven polycentrism, asymmetrical polycentrism.
thank you very much.
Can I answer Russian?
На русском.
Здесь вопрос, прежде всего, глобальной политики. понимая всю ситуацию, сложность, которая сложилась за последнее время в связи с началом СВО и с российско-украинским конфликтом, в принципе, Грузия оказалась не совсем, можно сказать, в благополучной политической ситуации. С одной стороны, мы дело имеем с тоже страной, с которыми у нас неплохие были отношения всегда с Украиной, это тоже нам дружественная была страна. Но за последнее время то, что делает руководство Грузии в связи с, то есть в адрес нашего руководства, адрес нашей страны, абсолютно необусловленное и неаргументированные обвинения и оскорбления, нарушений, грубое нарушение нашего суверенитета, конечно же, Грузия уже занимает достаточно, можно сказать, такую позицию. И наше руководство часто критикует режим Зеленского, потому что, несмотря на то, что я сейчас уже сказал, что мы сильно поддержали, помогали, маленькая страна сделала очень много для Украины, для украинских беженцев, в том числе и финансово сделала все, помогала и помогает по сей день, все равно они, вот, и руководство Украины, имеется в виду тот режим, который сейчас в Киеве, максимально старается навредить нашей стране. И украинские спецслужбы, к большому сожалению, в Грузии неоднократно постарались устроить государственный переворот, очень ведут деструктивным образом, можно так сказать, создали уже деструктивные действия осуществляют на территории Грузии, работая с деструктивной оппозицией, финансируя и поддерживая вот это все. И это ненормально, когда политики другого, третьего государства приезжают в нашу страну, выступают на митинг оппозиции и призывают к смене власти и государственному перевороту. И исходя из этого мы уже понимаем, что Запад в данном случае играет тоже очень деструктивную роль, поддерживая вот этот режим и критикуя. Даже вот в этом аспекте, в этом конкретном вот сегменте они поддерживают, занимают сторону режима Зеленского. И Грузия, конечно же, уже исходя из того, что осознает, евроскептицизм очень сильно растет в Грузии. Среди правящих элит тоже растет евроскептицизм, потому что это несправедливое отношение к нам. Мы маленькая страна, маленькая нация, но, конечно, у нас есть свои интересы, и ненормально терпеть такое унижение, оскорбление, нарушение, грубое нарушение норм суверенитета. И потому Грузия уже начала переформатировать. Вот я часто говорю, что наше руководство является ситуационным, можно так сказать, суверенистом. Ситуационным почему? Потому что их вынудил Запад быть такими. Не принимая наше руководство и не принимая наши интересы, они оказались в такой ситуации, что они вынуждены искать партнеров в Китае, искать партнеров в России,
The situation leads sovereign and look for partners in Russia,
со страной, с которой у нас, в принципе, конфликт. Так
with which we have a conflict.
И такая страна более либерально к нам относится, чем относится Запад. То есть
они на
паритетных принципах с нами разговаривают,
They're speaking to us as equals, and the West is speaking with us as a vassal, and that's just not normal.
Абсолютно ненормально. Потому, несмотря на то, что вот вы упомянули, что вот интересы России, интересы Китая где-то сходятся, где-то расходятся, и в нашем регионе, и вот это регион фактически геополитическая сфера влияния России. Китай заключает с нами вот такой договор, но мы диверсифицируем нашу политическую, геополитическую систему, нашу парадигму, потому что у нас сложная ситуация с Западом. Мы можем оказаться в любой момент под санкциями.
Any moment we could be under sanctions. We've got to do something about it to diversify the situation. If they turn off SWIFT,
работать, это не исключено. Нам нужен партнер. И Россия в данном случае не может являться одним единственным партнером.
Russia cannot be the only partner in that situation. We're looking for other partners. Why not Iran? Why not China? Why not Turkey? Or Brazil, for instance, or India. Because we'll engage in a multilateral policy because it's in our interest. As I said already, it is in our national interests above all.
Really quick.
say this about China, that there is this, about maybe 20 years ago, there was a kind of a line of Western analysis. If you read, for instance, Eurasian Net, these kind of publications, where they would say, look, China is creeping into Central Asia. The Russian influence is growing in Kyrgyzstan, in Kazakhstan, in these countries. And, shouldn't Russia be worried because China, where they want to dominate this region? Well, there's actually, in fact, China has not only not dominated the region, but there's kind of almost an unspoken gentleman's agreement between Russia and China that the Chinese, maybe they're interested in economic influence. They're interested in one belt, one road, this kind of thing, but they're not interested in the political influence. Versus like the Western, geopolitical interests is much more geared toward maybe changing the political dynamics of the region, moving Georgia and Armenia toward EU and NATO, but China, it has not translated into this political element. This is why it's actually quite distinctive. That in the case of Georgia too, Georgia, when we talk about Bedzina Ivanishvili, we talk about the Georgian Dream. It was not necessarily the case, although China, of course, has its interests, that China came to this region independently. The Georgians brought China into the region because they wanted to have kind of a balance, with Russia kind of on the outs, given Saakashvili's, cancellation of Russian relations. It was important to have China as kind of the balancer in terms of relations with the West in many ways. So, at least this is my analysis. Do you want to add something to that?
No, not really. Yeah, question?
No, it's just
Yes.
When China made this agreement, you have to give up relations with Taiwan? As part of the strategic agreement with China? Sorry. As part of the strategic agreement with China, did you have to cut relations with Taiwan? That's already a limitation of sovereignty. Because as far as I know, every deal that China makes, you have to cut relations with Taiwan, which means you lose out on the possibility of trade with Taiwan. Also, I look at all the countries in Africa that China is making deals with. Algeria is a good example. They take out all the Algerian workers and they bring in their own Chinese workers. And I would be very careful. As we talked about yesterday about positive neutrality. Yes, we opened up relations with China. Yes, keep relations with Russia. Yes, keep relations open to the West as much as possible and to balance those. Watch out. I'm just warning.
I'll give this one.
Which one?
This is the only microphone that works now, right? Yeah. So I will give you the example of Armenia, not Georgia or Azerbaijan example, but since 2001 or 2 probably, I'm not sure about the timing, but we had an agreement with China that Armenia will never cooperate with Taiwan. So it's not because China is coming now and they're saying, you have to be careful with Taiwan. No, we had that agreement with China. And we were not doing anything against that principle that we had together. So that is why we had very balanced, position towards China, and they had very balanced position towards Armenia in relation with Azerbaijan and Nagorno-Karabakh issue. I think this was very important for both of us, for China and for Armenia too. I suppose the same is with Georgia. It's not something new in in China's foreign policy. It was always there. And as for Armenia, it's still there, and we didn't have any direct contacts with. Well, a couple of we had, but in general, we did not have any direct contacts with any officials from Taiwan. So we technically and legally recognize the territorial integrity of China, Taiwan inclusive. This is for Armenia, at least. Yeah.
I also want to add something else really quick. When we talk about Taiwan, I have to look at it from the perspective of, if you're like Armenia, you say, well, we have our Artsakh issue, and we understand that. And if you're looking at it from the perspective of Georgia, they have South Ossetia and Abkhazia. And it's quite important from this point of view that we say, well, Taiwan, at least from our perspective, because, Armenia and Georgia have been around quite a long time, that, we view Taiwan as part of your country, and we respect your territorial integrity. So I mean, it's not because China is pressuring Armenia and Georgia or Russia on this issue. It's because that they have their own. This is their own independent policy. This is
we had a question. Would you guys? This should be working.
Yes, Professor Pedro in parts down. Ինքը խոսեց ուկրաինական նացիոնալիզմի էլիտաների մասին։
I'd like to ask a question.
Я бы хотел сказать, вы рассказывали про национализм на Украине, строительство национальных элит. И вот мне такой вопрос интересует. Рано или поздно эта война закончится. Да? Будет мирная Украина, будет сотрудничество с ЕС. И вот хочется понять, какой подход у США и ЕС к тому, что сейчас внутри Украины происходит. Потому что есть очень грубые нарушения прав русскоязычного населения, ограничения, фактически попытки силовой ассимиляции. И этот процесс начался не во время войны, еще до войны, с 2014 года идут ограничения. И вот интересно, вот когда на этом пути сотрудничества от Украины будут требовать уважать права русскоязычных, строить в соответствии с европейскими хартиями, или повторится история Прибалтики, где ЕС во имя борьбы с Россией очень спокойно закрыл глаза на все нарушения прав русскоязычных, считая, что это как бы против России. Вот на ваш взгляд, как будет происходить процесс дальше, после войны?
Вы уже очень точно отметили ответ на ваш вопрос в самом вопросе в конце. Вот так и будет. Вам я уже ответил, я просто перескажу на английском. It'll be exactly the same as with the Baltic states. Of course, that isn't the entire picture. So that isn't that's the political elite approach. But there will still be independent human rights organizations that will raise this issue in various fora. There will be journalists, there will be other opportunities. And all of this will allow and perhaps percolate over time so that later governments, because there are changes in governments, Europe will then perhaps raise this issue of human rights in regions like Ukraine and others again. So it won't go away, but it will not be addressed in a way that undermines the strategic interests of the West. And by the way, this is an old policy approach. Jimmy Carter had it with respect to South Korea, where there was no human rights violations to be seen. Throughout our history with the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, no violations there either. So you see, it's a consistent pattern.
May I follow up with a question for Professor? Yes. So, Professor, you mentioned that you had a very systematic analysis of the conflict in Ukraine, and one of the factors was the difficulty of a future reconciliation between the elites. Now, from what I understand, there are certain political groups represented in Ukraine that, well, to put it very mildly, it would be very, very difficult to make them amenable to any kind of peace agreement with territorial concessions. So, how can we even theoretically think of the terms of a potential peace agreement? Because, is freezing the conflict where the front lines lie at that moment, is that the best we can hope for? Because if Ukraine is supposed to agree to certain concessions, are there any forces in Ukraine that would be able to agree to these kind of concessions?
I think yes, because the argument in favor of a resolution, a compromise resolution, that would include possibly compromise on territory, compromise on all the things that Russia's interested in coercing Ukraine to agree to, non-NATO membership, respect for minority rights, all of this right now is excluded by the current Ukrainian law. There's a mandatory outcome. But if the position that the Ukrainian government is in is one of existence or collapse of the country, then I think all things come on the table. As a precedent for this, I would say look at how eager the Kiev government was to negotiate on those very principles in the Istanbul Accords. First in Minsk, then of course that grew into the Istanbul Accords, and we know the text, and we know what the Ukrainian government was willing to agree to. Now, it wasn't the final text, I understand. There may have been some further negotiations, but the Ukrainian delegation, which was representative of the government at that time, did in fact agree to most of those concessions, made very important strategic concessions. The objection that's sometimes made to me is that, well, yes, politicians will make that compromise, but the nationalists never will. Again, I have to say, if you look at the history of Ukrainian nationalist movements, and I've done some study of this through their growth and existence in the 20th century, we have seen time and again that when placed before the prospect of either concede these points and survive to fight another day, or cease to exist entirely, Ukrainian nationalists will shift. They will find a strategic loophole to use to justify their continued existence and rebuild for another day. I would even say that that perspective of living to fight for tomorrow, for the next generation, is baked into their ideology. So they never leave. But, I don't want to say this, I won't say it. It's like very difficult animals to kill. You know, they survive. But that doesn't mean that they need to sort of run the whole shop. You know, certain things in life will never go away, but they can be managed. And this, I think, is nationalism is something like that for me.
I just wanted to add, too, that it's almost like, just kind of another analogy, it's like those guests at the party who never want to leave. And, you know, you want to eventually find some way to kind of maybe force them out or you know, accommodate them. I don't know. Do you want to add something?
No.
Okay.
Just a quick comment. The problem is that the Russian leadership seems to know that they may sign something to fight another. The leader of Russia said that we're not going to.
Well, this is
that's not realistic on his part.
Можно я одну вещь добавлю? Насчет украинских элит, там насчет парадокса украинских элит и национализма, одно то, что те националисты очень сильные антисемиты, но при этом страной очень сильно управляют еврейские люди. Тоже понятно, что украинский националист, он очень такой гибкий и парадоксальный.
Можно так сказать.
Right. We have another question?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Another comment.
This is a question for Shota, but also Pietro and others. Well, the current situation, as we said, so we can see superpowers conflict in the region, but do you think, can you imagine that there is another game that is not apparent today, which can favor restructuring of the region between Turkey and Russia? Just look at the facts. Abkhazia, South Ossetia is under control, not control, but at least under influence of Russia. Algeria is under economic influence of Turkey.
Yes.
The south of Armenia is under threat of being controlled by Azerbaijan and Turkey. Of course, I put aside at the moment the eventual reaction of Iran, but there are some cases which circulate about such an agreement between the two countries to share this region. What do you think about that?
For Turkey and Russia?
Yes,
Yes.
I want to address this issue actually. If you want to, well, but I have a ready response if you're ready to go. But let him go first.
Bigger than life.
Can you answer for Russia?
Yes.
Да, очень.
Oh yes, I should translate.
Очень интересный вопрос. Они же переводят, там есть перевод.
You're going to translate from Russian, right? Okay. Good. Oh, but in what language? In English?
Французский.
Okay, you do what you do. It's a little confusing.
Очень интересный вопрос, очень актуальный вопрос. Реконструкция геополитической картины, вот, можно сказать, такой мозаики, фактически уже за последние 3-4 года очень активно идет, очень активно. Интересы Турции, особенно в Грузии, они с 90-х годов настолько сильнее, что фактически здесь не только такие интересы, как у Евросоюза. Конкретно в Грузии,
in Georgia is developing in its interests alongside a natural process. Big neighbor, big economy, trade and economic ties between Georgia and Turkey are very close, one could say, and on the backdrop of the conflict with Russia over 30 years, Turkey used in its foreign policy the instruments that helped it very strongly take foothold in Georgia, especially Nigeria. Nigeria, that region, is that region where the de facto economic hegemony is Turkey, but in the last few years, the balance is changing, the balance is shifting to the benefit of citizens of the Russian Federation who are coming there and buying real estate. Ukrainians are coming, many from Kazakhstan, many coming. And the port belongs to Kazakhstan. They bought a part of it, the private port. 80% of the shares belong to Kazakhstan, not to the Turks. And China is building massive infrastructure, multimodal terminal is being built, and the Chinese and the Kazakhs have invested in it. Turkey is not taking part in that. And there's a bit of a negative aspect there. Saudi Arabia is also very active in Algeria. Why is it a threat, Saudi Arabia? Because we know that in the territory of Algeria, 25% are ethnic Georgians that were Turkicized over 400 years and are now followers of Islam. The problem isn't that they profess Islam. That's not a problem. They profess Sunni Islam. It's not a problem. They're equal citizens of Georgia, ethnic Georgians just like us. The problem is there's the threat of radicalization and politicization of Islam. The last 15 years I'm studying this. I specialize in international law, terrorism studies, and prevention of terrorism, religious extremism. I know well this problem and that exists in Algeria. The threat of Salafite enclaves emerging in the territory of Algeria. As we know, in Saudi Arabia, not just in Saudi Arabia, there's been high-level support and financing of radical Islam because their official religion is Wahhabism and Salafiyya. They want, they're actively financing a Jarian autonomous republic and purchasing, and they want to buy, open new cities, build new cities, specifically for the Arabs, people from the Middle East. So there's this threat, emerging threat, not just for Georgia, but for the whole region of the emergence of these enclaves. And it's uncontrolled. The Islamicization is a threat, not so much to Turkey, because anyway, Turkey is a secular state, although there's neo-Osmanism in Turkey and in Turkish foreign policy and in strategic, on deeper strategic levels. You can see it if you read these books carefully and if you carefully analyze Erdogan's foreign policy. There is a segment of Islam there, but still, Turkey is not such a threat as those countries which officially support Wahhabism and support it on a high level to the point of creation of Salafite enclaves. So balance is good, and we're restoring relations with Russia now because I still hope and think that Russia doesn't want to concede this region to other regional players because it's in the vital interest of the Russian Federation. And the situation would be also balanced out by Iran, not just Russia, because Iran has its interests. And as I said, China also is going to balance that situation. Because the threat of Turkey exists. I've written a lot about this, even in my scientific papers. The main facts and trends of Islamization of Georgia, the participation of Turkish special services. 45% is a large role in the radicalization of Islam. That threat is not carried by the Shiite Ummah. Iran is not in support of any radicalization. It is not at all a threat to Georgia. And then there's the threat for Turkey, but recently this is changing. We can say this picture is changing. It's becoming more balanced. Although Turkey is not hiding its interests. We have the main problem with Turkey is related to the Metcheta, which were deported from Georgia because of collaborating. In Nakhaltsikha, they were collaborating during World War II with the Turkish Special Services, and Turkey, as we know, was in the alliance, in the coalition with Germany, and then it so happened that their then NKVD were exiled to Central Asia, and Turkey actively demands repatriation of these folks. But the problem is, we don't mind. I mean, if those people recognize that they're Georgians, they will say that they're patriots of our country, you're welcome back. But if they think they're Turks, then let them go to Turkey. There's a logic in that, because if you're Georgian, consider yourself Georgian, you're welcome. But if you're not even Georgian, and you consider yourself a patriot of Georgia, then you're a citizen of Georgia, no problem. But Turkey, in a way, wants to, not just Georgia, but in Nakhaltsikha and some such to increase its political influence. If we agree to this repatriation, 300,000, let's get to Turks, is quite a misbalance in the region. Let's not forget that in these territories that they left, those villages which they left, there are Georgians and Armenians living there already. Ethnic religious conflict. Everyone understands this situation. In the border, areas near the border, the population that will support it, that's why it's demanding repatriation. And insist on repatriation of these people. This is a controlled process. Georgian leadership are not agreeing to this concession. It's a huge threat. Understandably, Erdogan has his policies. one nation, two countries. And it wants to have this belt through the territory of Georgia, because it's impossible to go through Armenia. By settling in these territories, Turkish-speaking populations, so detach really Armenia, and cut it off, and to have natural access to Azerbaijan, ethnic access, if you will, with the ethnic factor. So in this context, yeah, of course, Turkey is a threat, but then again, it depends on us. If Georgian leaders do not agree, to not concede, to not engage in traitor policies, Erdogan will not come in with his tanks and occupy territories of southern Georgia. It all depends on us. And we do need balance in the region. Without balance, it's impossible to carry on living.
I just want to add to that, actually. Sergei Eisenstein and Alexander Nevsky, where basically in the film, Nevsky, is confronted with the Mongols, and basically he tells his guys, and he basically tells them, look, yes, they're a threat, but we'll deal with them later, because right now the bigger issue for us are the Teutonic Germans. We have to focus on them, right? You could see maybe a similar attitude with Russia today and Turkey. So the main priority is Ukraine that they're focused on, but they're not interested in sharing the region with Turkey or giving the region to Turkey. This is not in the cards. And actually the Georgians, it's quite smart what he was saying. They understand. Saakashvili, who was very pro-NATO, very pro-Turkey, was opening up the doors of Ajaria to the Turks. And this current government in Georgia understood that we have to balance that out. We can't have this. This is dangerous for us, for Turkey, especially when Erdogan makes a speech where he says, Ajaria is our historical territory. I mean, that's territory of Osmania. Yeah, absolutely. And so this actually, Russia, just to kind of put it straightforward, they're not interested in sharing the region, and they see Iran actually as a counterbalance. So we talk about the 3+3 format. If you saw the conference in Tehran, it was quite interesting, the body language. Because, what did you see? You saw Bayramov and Fidan getting together. You saw the Iranian foreign minister and Lavrov getting together. It was like kids in the cafeteria. And Mirzoyan, the Armenian foreign minister, didn't know where to go. He was like confused.
He still doesn't.
And he still doesn't know where to go. But my point is with this is you could see where the region was going. And even in this case, when we look at what I was mentioning in my presentation about the what Russia desired for Armenia and Azerbaijan, they desire a balance of power. But they know for now they can't get that with this current Armenian government in power, so they're using Iran to kind of help that make that balance of power in the region, because they know Iran is not really thrilled about Azerbaijani territorial claims or irredentism or whatever. So this is the short answer. Russia is no. Russia is not interested in sharing the region with Turkey. They have kind of a complementary relationship. They'll cooperate opportunistically with Turkey. But no, they're not interested in giving away the region. Look at how many wars were fought between Russia and Turkey. I was mentioning them in this presentation. So, yes. Yeah.
We have a question. Comments? From panels?
Okay, no, I don't. Okay.
From Arctic.
Okay, so two comments and then a question. One is, I wanted to thank you, Nick, for a great presentation. And just one thing that really strikes me is that we really need to think not only in a post-liberal term in terms of liberal international order, but also in sort of post-nationalist term, because the way that nationalism is framed all the time, we confound nation and culture together. But when we think about sort of a cultural realm or a civilizational space, it by definition, absent the civic idea of identity of a state, it did have multiplicity included. That's the difference between culture. When we think about the Russian culture, it always included certain parts of Ukraine, other identities, and the same with the Iranian culture. It included Armenian and other ethnicities and backgrounds as part of the Iranian culture as well. So the very idea of thinking about the cultural sphere allows for the multiplicity to be included and is much more inclusive, and it doesn't necessarily have to be an empire to be like that. So to bring back the language of civilizations and cultures, I think is important, and think in post-national terms in a post-liberal international order system. The second comment is, it struck me from both Pietro's presentation and coming right after Nick's, that the security dilemma that Russia faces in terms of Ukraine and the Western expansion is very similar to the one that Iran felt in the 19th century with Georgia and the Russian expansion, and so that created a lot of wars. And usually when nationalism is used for that kind of great power competition, we get these kinds of problems, which gets me to the question of Russia today in Ukraine. Why would Russia? There's a lot of talk in the States, as you know, Nick, that we are going to make a deal and end the war. What would be, and a lot of concern is about what would Ukraine accept. The question I think that we need to think about is why would Russia come to the table having been basically victorious in this conflict? What is it that Russia can gain if NATO expansion is not sort of discussed or the red line off the table? Would Russia accept any other compromise? And even if the NATO expansion is off the table, is that something that can be guaranteed so that Russia can leave? Because so long as the conflict continues in a simmering kind of way as it has, Russia is getting what it wants, which is no NATO expansion in Ukraine. And so long as there is a war, there is no NATO expansion. So how would we solve that?
So, on the first point about multiplicity of cultures, would you accept instead of multiplicity the term plasticity of cultures? I like the idea of cultures that when they interact, they also produce sometimes something greater than themselves. They have an offspring, which is a little bit of one, a little bit of another, and it has happened, I think, in world history that the offspring is beloved of both original cultures. It doesn't have to be a hated child.
Right.
It can also be seen as a growth of something new and something that flourishes and has the potential for growth. So, with respect to the war and Russia's objectives, I take it as given that Russia does not want this war to continue. It wants a peace. So peace is a good for Russia in this territory. The question is what it is willing to pay to achieve that peace which it wants. It wants to reestablish relations with what Putin and I think the vast majority of Russians still consider a brotherly people close to them. And so this is a very abnormal situation. It has to be restored to normalcy. So I think this is actually, for anyone interested in a resolution of this conflict and asking themselves, well, what is Russia's interest? Why would Russia come to the table? If they understood that position of Russia's, then they would, and how interested Russia is in bringing this fraternal conflict to an end, there is a lot that Russia would be willing to pay. I can't speak exactly what that would be, but obviously entering into the negotiations, Russia would take a maximalist position, and the same I would expect for Ukraine. But at least from Russia's perspective, the objective of peace is worth a lot. And I think Russia would be willing to consider everything short of any sort of concession that would potentially endanger its future strategic security. Anything short of that, I think, would be considered.
I want to just add one thing really quick too, that Russia, of course it wants a ceasefire, it wants an end to the hostilities, but it must be a ceasefire with a view toward a final peace settlement. They don't want to have a ceasefire that freezes the conflict, and then 10 years, again, there's another war. Or that in 10 years, so now you even hear this I thought that's been spread by Trump's transition team or some elements of it, that yes, you know what we should do, freeze the conflict, and in 10 years we'll give Ukraine NATO membership. Well, that doesn't address Russia's concern. And so the thing is that what Russia wants is ceasefire, and then neutrality for Ukraine, no NATO, and to establish a final peace to settle this issue. Right? Also, there's the denazification and other elements as well. But the main thing, to have a view on a final settlement, not a frozen settlement, not a settlement that will revisit again in 10 years for a more lethal war. Right. No more wars.
That strategic kind of perspective, which I think is very fair.
I just want to say one more thing. There's even it's a Soviet era song in Russian. Do the Russians want war? Mm-hmm. And of course, the Russians don't want war. I mean, like even Mikhail Gorbachev, when he would tour the countryside of the Soviet Union, people would ask him, they would say, Mikhail Sergeyevich, is there going to be another war? We don't want another war, like World War II. We don't want a war. The Russians don't want this war. This idea that they want to continue the war is ridiculous. They want a final settlement, though. They want absolutely a final settlement.
Yeah, but my point is that absent they would need some sort of a strategic guarantee to make it sound final. And absent that, which I don't know how much political willingness there will be from the U.S. side to offer that, would Russia then accept some sort of a halfway approach? You can't be half pregnant. You either have peace or you don't. I think that is a diplomatic position. It's also, I think, some position that is might be closer to Russia's position, but that is also, so I mean, that's the strategic picture. So I don't know, unless that is on the table, the idea of neutrality and others, whether Russia then would be willing to even come to the table, absent that guarantee. The other thing is the difference between I don't know if, Nick, you brought it up or somebody else, the idea of the cold peace and coming together with the Ukrainians as sort of business transaction, that seems to be different from what you were just suggesting earlier about sort of resolving this fraternal conflict between two brotherly nations. That seems like much more emotive than just business transactions between the, so.
But little steps. One step at a time. Absolutely. So first becomes the business transaction. As a matter of fact, when people ask me about peace, I say, don't worry about peace. First ceasefire, then armistice, then negotiate a longer armistice. Give time for people to breathe, to think, and realize that what is in their interest is a longer-term peace. Then you begin to lay out the benefits of peace, and it is a long negotiation. But you do need the ceasefire first. You need to stop shooting at people so that they can step up and breathe. I think there is a strategic red line for Russia. In other words, anything can be negotiated except what we perceive as a threat to our long-term interests, our survival, our interests. But we have to step into, this is what diplomats are supposed to do. They step into the minds of the other person on the other side. Right, strategic empathy is very good. And that's what we need to display, and we need to understand who, if anyone, in the Trump administration is willing to listen.
You want to add something? No, I also just want to say the biggest, brightest red line is NATO. They don't want NATO, absolutely, and yeah.
What are they saying? There's no way to guarantee it. We have Finland and Sweden.
Yeah,
they're not going to
absolutely.
NATO, and now they're NATO. So, another question.
I have time to check.
Really a very lively discussion.
The first half of my question was this. This is precisely the issue I was addressing earlier. That there's a third factor here that will push Russia to the bargaining table, and that's the fear of too great a dependence on China. It's already financially having huge interest rates to borrow money. It's having trade difficulties. It's really. I just want your opinion on whether or not China's even offered to negotiate. This is a rise of China over. It's offering to negotiate with Russia and Ukraine, the Middle East. It's becoming a hegemonic power. And I'm just saying that this hegemonic, they aren't nice guys in the long term.
I get that from here. But, yeah, there is the so-called Sino-Brazilian Peace Initiative. I don't know what it is, though. I haven't seen it mentioned anywhere. But it must be around and people must be discussing it, because every now and then you hear about it being attacked by somebody, by some government.
Yes.
My understanding of Russian perspectives on China is that there is a recognition of the potential of being a junior partner, and the danger with being a junior partner is that it imposes at least implicit restrictions on Russian sovereignty, and that's what Putin's all about, and what all of this foreign policy in Ukraine and toward the West is about. I would expect it to be replicated eastward as well. I think Russia's interested in maintaining primacy in Eurasia. I think that'll be its main objective. But for right now, you play with the cards you're dealt with, and in a bridge hand, sometimes you don't have the strongest hand, and your partner has the strongest hand, and you work with them. And China, for whatever reasons, its own reasons, is a strong partner of Russia, and Russia is responding appropriately, and I would even say taking advantage of that fact in its international diplomacy.
Also, one thing I want to add is that when we look at Russia's relations with Europe, you saw a lot of exports of raw materials to Europe from Russia. But Russia now, with the sanctions, is producing its own material. It's producing its own products, right? And you don't necessarily see, they are exporting, let's say, oil and natural gas to China, but you don't see that kind of emerging dependence. There's like Nikolai said, they want to.
Chinese aren't financing that?
They want to watch that, so to speak, because there is that threat of being a junior partner. Do you want to?
If there are any other questions. Otherwise, we would probably take a short coffee break, and now because we have another panel, it's very encouraging to go. Thank you very much.
Я сам в Украине учился.
Где?
Один украинец это партизан.
Да.
Знаете это?
Нет.
Два украинца это партизанский отряд. 3 украинца это партизанский отряд с предателем.
Точно.
Спасибо, было очень интересно. Вообще люди хорошие, интересные, им интересно. Вы хотите, пожалуйста, поговорить? Диана, я не знаю. Именно один район? Про студентов? Про меня? То, что я делал, он докладывал? brief as possible. More than willing to comply. So among our panelists, let me look at the schedule and see who's going first before I make any silly mistakes. Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce Sergei Melkonian, PhD, Research Fellow at the Applied Policy Research Institute in Armenia. Sergei, please. You need that?
No, I don't. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for this event, for the opportunity to be here. I promise I'll be very brief as possible. So my topic is changing balance in the Middle East and implications for Russia and Iran. Coming to the Middle East, the interesting, I will share briefly points, then we will discuss them. One of the interesting parts of the Middle East for me is this region is in dynamic in different ways. What does it mean? We have one conflict way and one peace way. What does it mean? The region was for the last decades in a turmoil. We had an Arab Spring, collapse some countries coming from Libya, then it spill over to Syria. Then we have increasing role of both regional and non-regional actors coming to rising of Russia's role in Syria and beyond, then expanding of Turkish zone of influence occupying parts of Syria. Then we had October 7, like not definitely new outline of the region, but definitely there are some shifts. And we have war in Gaza, we have, let's call it third war in Lebanon, and we have direct Israel-Iran confrontation. So from the political perspective, this is the kind of new dimension of confrontation when since April Iran targeted directly Israel. So it's changed the balance and the deterrence tools in the Middle East. When we're talking about the peace, we had Abraham Accords in 2020. So that was a big shift in Israel-Arab world. I'm not talking about Israel-Palestine, I'm talking about Israel-Arab rapprochement. And second, we had a deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia in 2023 by Chinese mediation. So we have increasing role of China. So it means that from one hand, we have a dozen of conflicts, and one of colleagues from previous session mentioned that have really different dimensions, like national, local, regional, and global. Like when we have engagement of non-regional actors, when we have such phenomena as ICs, etc. And from another hand, we have a peace track. It means that at least some countries, they have political will to handle these conflict situations, and they can move in two directions simultaneously. Like Iran is in direct confrontation with Israel. At the same time, Iran is handling its relations with Saudi Arabia. So what does it mean, for Russia and Iran, the key challenges and opportunities? And later we may discuss it with my Russian colleague. What do I see is important for Russia from this perspective? For Russia, it's extremely important to secure its position in Syria. Russia was investing a lot for conflict resolution, to handle even in some internal tensions in Syria. And the possibility of spillover this conflict from Lebanon to Syria will be one of the biggest challenges for Russia. When Russia was working, when Putin and Trump were working on the zones of de-escalation, and they actually agreed on some zone of de-escalation, when Russia took into account Israeli concerns, that was the big shift in this case. It means that Russia was interested to secure the new status quo in Syria. And now, when we see that Israel has increased its targets against Iranian positions in Syria, pro-Iranian different units, It means that somehow conflict from the Lebanon may spill over to Syria. And this is why Russia may be engaged probably somehow to secure this part. I mean, again, the southern part of Syria. And the second point why for Russia is important to secure a new status quo in Syria. From Moscow's perspective, this engagement, direct engagement in Syria was a growth point for Russia in the Middle East. Then Russia expanded a zone of influence in the Mediterranean. The second track was Russian attempts to enlarge its presence in Red Sea. So the core of Russian interest in the Middle East that allowed Russia to protect its interest, to deter somehow non-regional actors and keep them far away its borders, is securing the current status quo in Syria. And what is the second point, what's important for Russia, is to create a new deterrence point beyond its borders. What does it mean? From Russian perspective, the conflict and the direct confrontation with the West is very close to its border. Like even inside Russia, when there are some permissions from Western countries to strike deep into Russian territory. It means that the conflict is not close to Russian borders, so it's coming, it's shifting inside Russia proper. From Russian perspective, and the same as with Iranian perspective, both of them should shift away the conflict zone as far as the border as it's possible. So it means that maybe Russia may instrumentalize or create some new alliances with different actors in the Middle East that will allow Russia to deter US and its allies far from Russian borders and to allocate Western forces and shift them from Ukraine to other parts of the region. What does it mean for Iran? Of course, and obviously, the key priority for Iran is to protect its axis of resistance and to continue its military build-up. Weakened Hamas and Hezbollah were the closest Iranian allies to Israeli border. And the problem is that Iran was again interested to keep the conflict zone far from its border, but close to Israeli border. And now Israel, step by step, is detaching both alliances and shifting to Iran proper. And of course, for Iran it's extremely important to secure its position in Syria as a transit zone. Iran was using Syria for the last decades to transfer its weapon, military munition, to pump up its allies both in Lebanon and in Gaza. And the problem is when Israel now actually is trying to cut off any possible supplies, so it means that maybe Iran will try to engage Russia, from this perspective, to secure the status quo. Because from Russian perspective, securing status quo in Syria is important to prevent any destabilizing processes. From Iranian perspective, it's important to keep this transfer corridors. The second one is important for Iran, and the key implications is the arms race. So here we may see the purchase of air defense systems from Russia. So we don't have any proofs, but we know that there are some discussions coming to S-400 surface-to-air defense missile system. Next is aircraft, Su-35, and Iran definitely is interested in improving the development of new missiles, because before the Ukraine conflict, Iran was able to provide the quantity, but maybe not quality. And after the Ukraine war, when Russia actually modernized these, for example, Shaheeds, now they're a completely different type of weapon. So this is not the same Shaheed as Russia was using in Ukraine during its initial stage. The second challenge for Iran is to prevent creating regional alliances against Iran. For decades, there were different conversations on Middle Eastern NATO or something like that. And obviously that was impossible to establish in such a complicated area. But what's interesting, during the first Iranian attack against Israel in April this year, different countries, let's call them 3+3, 3 regional, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Arab Emirates, and 3 non-regional, France, US, and Great Britain, they acted together. And their deterrence somehow and mitigated the impact of Iranian strikes. It means that the mechanism of ensuring air defense and ensure security in this particular term, they've already established and they've tested it. So it means maybe there is no Middle Eastern NATO because it's complicated to establish in a short-term run. But the multilateral cooperation that might be aimed somehow against Iran is already existing. The third is, what is the difference between Russian and Iranian approach, in terms of the implications of the Middle Eastern conflict? I told the Arab Emirates of Saudi Arabia. Is the possible spillover of the Middle Eastern conflict to South Caucasus? When we are talking with Iranian colleagues, they raise their concerns that actually, from an Israeli perspective, the South Caucasus may be an important region in order to deter Iran, to shift the conflict from Israeli borders to Iranian borders. And this is why Israel is continuing to supply weapons to Azerbaijan. When Israel is stating that they are in the war in 7 different fronts, at the same time we see an increasing numbers of cargoes from Uda and Tel Aviv to Baku airport with Israeli military munition and arms. But from Russian perspective, these two regions may be not so be connected. From Iran perspective, it's extremely important. This is why when we move to Israeli foreign policy doctrine that call it new periphery strategy, they are creating deterrent circles around Iran. And Azerbaijan is one of these key points in the South Caucasian deterrent circle. And I'm very close to the end. Key challenge not only for Russia and Iran, but for Russia-Iran cooperation. I think after Trump, all Russia's new alliances may be tested. And one of these alliances may be Russia-Iran. Obviously, Iran and Russia, they are competitors in different regions, coming from Syria to the South Caucasus. Obviously, their interests do not coincide. And even Iranian ambassador to Armenia mentioned that actually Iran and Russia are not allies in the South Caucasus. But the problem is, Iran and Russia were working for at least 2 years to sign a strategic partnership agreement. It's about not only military, but technical cooperation and wider, beyond this, coming to new global world order, etc. And maybe this kind of alliances might be tested by a new US administration to detach them. The same is with different type of Russia, North Korea alliance. This is maybe not alliance, but there is a cooperation in the very strategic spheres and dimensions. The same is with Russia-China cooperation. So, and from US perspective, that may be relevant to try to detach all these different types of alliances. For example, the same is with a multilateralism, as colleagues were talking before. We have Eurasian Economic Union, and actually Iran has signed in December last year the free trade zone agreement with the Eurasian Economic Union, and hope that it will work since the beginning of next year. We have Iran and BRICS, Iran and Shanghai Cooperation Organization, etc. So this is might be the biggest challenge for both for Russia and for Iran. The attempts of the US to test this new kind of alliances. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Would you like to take some questions now, or
after that?
After?
Yeah.
As a panel? All right. Very good. In that case, it's my distinct pleasure to introduce Dr. Christopher Locke, who is a research fellow at the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy in Washington, D.C.
Hello. I originally was going to do this presentation on small state neutrality in the Middle East, but my arguments were so similar to Philippe's from yesterday that I think that rather than restate themes whole hog, I think it would be much more interesting for me to take a different and very unscripted new approach, and that would be to look at U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East and how it relates to the rise of middle power nations. And this is something that can be treated in a microcosm for a greater global trend which I think is the importance of middle powers, which are as important as great powers for the future polycentric order. Now, the reason that I think this is because of the material productive capabilities of various countries. They have risen so much in recent decades. Smaller countries. So we're used to talking about international relations. We talk about Russia, China, and the United States. And this leads us to a lot of, I think, mistaken assumptions about there being a new Cold War or something like that about to occur. First of all, I don't see any ideological lines being drawn here whatsoever. I simply see great power competition. So a new Cold War is already a kind of strange comparison. But you could also say, well, the second half of the Cold War wasn't very ideological. The second half of the Cold War was basically a traditional realist competition between China increasingly allying with the United States against the Soviet Union. And they left aside the McCarthyism and new spreading world revolution, and they just focused on their interests in a kind of 19th century way. This, I think, is a likely potential for our future, but it lacks the fact that the smaller countries, particularly regional middle powers, have much more influence today than they did in the past. The mere fact of the matter is, in 1945, there were clearly two superpowers, one of whom, the United States, had half of the entire planet's productive industrial capacity. So obviously you were going to see a huge clash between poles. This is no longer the case. The United States has less than 25% of the world's productive capacity now. China is growing rapidly, but it also faces an incredibly dangerous for its future inverse demographic pyramid. They don't have enough children. They also don't have a culture that is particularly open towards mass immigration. And also, I think, while we're seeing very impressive gains in development in China, I see no sign that China will replace the United States as it once was in the 1990s or the 1940s. So we are not looking at a new Cold War or anything like that. We are looking at a true return to how most of human history has functioned, which is complete, you could say multipolarity, but I, too, prefer the term polycentrism. There's many different powers in many different places. And middle powers, us at the Institute for Peace and Diplomacy have done a lot of research on this. We have a middle powers report. And that middle powers report singles out certain countries in specific for special attention, for how much influence they have in their year abroad, their regional sway, and how, in specific contexts, that can be almost as strong as the regional sway of a great power, but in just that region. So we're not pretending these are world powers, but we're saying that they behave as importantly as world powers do in certain places. Now, what are those countries? The ones we mentioned specifically by name are Indonesia, South Africa, Brazil, Turkey, Iran, and Australia maybe, and Israel maybe. Look, one thing that you will see, and Japan, I forgot Japan. One thing that you will see, however, is that one region of the world has a higher population density than others of these middle powers. And that, of course, would be the western part of Eurasia. There is Turkey and Iran are the only two examples we have that share a direct land border with each other. This middle power phenomenon. And, of course, we here in Armenia right now are in a country that shares a land border with both of those countries. So this is an extremely imperfect issue to look at. How are two middle powers going to behave when they're so close together? And if you count Israel as a middle power, and it has a nuclear arsenal, as we all know, then you have three countries in the Middle East that have this dynamic. What does this mean specifically for the Middle East and U.S. policy towards the Middle East in general? I would contend that this means you should never waste time trying to be a hegemonic power in the Middle East, because the age of hegemony is over. There is no realistic potential for any one country to dominate the Middle East. This has probably been the case for a while, actually, but it's more and more true in time. In the 1970s, with the birth of the Carter Doctrine, the United States made a bet that the Middle East was the next great field of competition. This was based on how much oil is there. This assumption, however, was based on a person who would become infamous in later decades, Paul Wolfowitz, who was then the policy planner, and he wanted an excuse to keep the defense budgets high, even as competition with the Soviet Union went down. And so with Europe being de-emphasized as a place of future warfare, he invented a chimera of the Soviet Union invading Iran and opening up a new kind of a Cold War zone roughly around today's Zagros Mountains. And this was used as a kind of push to get a lot of people to keep spending on defense. Even with the fall of the Soviet Union, now the pivot had continued, and now the pivot was all about supporting Israel and making sure that the U.S. had this control over oil supply. Move forward a few decades. Now the U.S. and Canada are basically the biggest oil exporters in the world. There's no longer quite the case, even on the resource base, for this hegemony, or attempt at hegemony anyway. So what is the U.S. doing there still? And I would argue that aside from the fact that there's an incredibly entrenched domestic lobby to support Israeli policy whenever possible, that is politically dangerous to cross, that's one thing. The other thing, of course, is that the United States fears that another power could come and dominate the Middle East. But I think this fear is completely misplaced specifically because of the middle power phenomenon that I had mentioned before. There is no power that can dominate the Middle East. Because Turkey and Iran don't really get along with each other all that well, and I would argue as they grow in relative power, they'll get along less due to their proximity. And Russia is still an influential factor in the region. That there is no realistic possibility to see pan-regional domination. I also view this about the entire world, by the way. I do not see there is a possibility for any power to dominate the entire world, but the Middle East, it seems particularly a strong case for this. So, U.S. policy is based off of fear, and this fear is not based off of how the world really is, how the balance of power currently is. So, how would we change this in a more constructive manner? This is me saying we in the American context, because after all, I would like to see an alternative. And I think it would be to acknowledge that non-alignment in general is actually, despite what many people in Washington, D.C. think, a benefit for the United States. That non-alignment of more countries and this giving up this attempt to force people into rigid, permanent alliance structures is actually more likely to create, to offset local balance of powers, to offset regional political ecologies, which have a natural balancing ability, and to create tension. So the U.S. should have a more non-aligned view of the world, and it should be less willing to engage in, shall we say, things that fuel sectarian warfare, as we have seen many times, most notably in Syria. The United States has put its thumb on the scale of conflicts which it should not really have any vested interest in whatsoever, and exacerbated these problems that have domestic connections throughout the region and can offset very unfortunate events outside of even the countries that they're first applied to. So if the U.S. is concerned with oil prices, then peace and stability is in its interest. Peace and stability would be better served by having less alliance efforts in the region and understanding that Turkey will never permit Iran to dominate the Middle East, and Iran will never permit Turkey to dominate the Middle East. And therefore, it is up to these local powers, as they develop more, to figure out a balance of power that can actually benefit them, that does not require perpetual foreign intervention at great cost, and with inevitably tragic results, as we have seen time and time again. And if the DC elite, and this is a huge if, because I think we all know the impossibility of changing very lucrative defense arrangements in Washington, but if the DC elite could get their hands around understanding that other actors have agency, and they have the ability to engage in balance of power politics too, and that we are living in a post-hegemonic world, then I think that they will see, in time, that the Middle East is a region that is best left to its own devices as much as possible, and that will inevitably come to a concord just like Europe did at the end 30 years more, after endless sectarian devastation, a balance of power was reached, people respected each other's autonomy, and I think it's worth remembering that many of the philosophers from that time period that are so foundational to international relations now, such as Thomas Hobbes and Spinoza, were originally in many ways anti-sectarian philosophers, and they wanted states to focus primarily on sovereignty, and enabled this enabled them to be different. They didn't have to all have the same worldview, and they didn't have to be locked into rigid alliance structures. Something that was also seen by the foreign policy in the 17th century of France, which was a Catholic nation that predominantly backed Protestant nations against its Habsburg rivals. So we will see a greater degree of realism and restraint throughout the world if we give up this attempt to impose a kind of artificial values-based alliances onto people which do not reflect the reality of the balance of power today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, for organizational reasons, I would encourage you to take some questions right now, and then we will have our last speaker for the day, Alexei, do a presentation. His topic is slightly distinct, so why don't we...
What is this topic? What is this topic?
Let me see. It should be on the schedule. Just a second. All right.
That's my question.
You caught me aware here. I'll come and tell you in a second. Alexei, could you remind me your topic?
It's U.S. Middle East policy under Trump and its impact on Russia's policy in the region.
Right. So we'll just take some questions now, and then here's one for you, gentlemen. See if this works. Yes.
Thank you for the very good discussions. I have a question. I was a bit astounded you mentioned Saudi Arabia in the equation, and Qatar, which is of course more of a financial actor. But Saudi Arabia is definitely a geopolitical actor. And what worries me is not the idea of the possibility of reconciliation in two, but a polarization of the Middle East, and the possibility of the Middle East becoming the new Balkans, as opposed to an area of balance of power. And we're seeing that in the last November Islamic Arab meeting, when Saudi Arabia and Iran are coming together, and they're polarizing the situation with Israel, which is Israel's fault for doing what it's doing in Gaza. So my view is the situation is polarizing, and not just polarizing there, but around the world. To get back to your first point, you're talking. The global situation is polarizing, and the more this multipolarity, multipolarity counter the U.S. backing Japan, Taiwan, Australia, etc., versus Russia, China, North Korea, Iran. The more those link together, the more they fuel each other, the more the possibility of catastrophe is coming. So I just wanted to point that out because we have to look globally. And so it's very important here that the U.S. itself, and this is what I agree with, the U.S. begin to engage with all the major actors, whether it's Iran, China, Russia, even North Korea, in order to prevent this polarization from taking place. So I just wanted your comments on that, and see where we can move towards peace, as opposed to my view, where we're not only polarizing the Middle East, but we're polarizing the global situation. And just to say one more point, I'm not, from my previous comments earlier, I am for the U.S. and China compromising on Taiwan. If we don't do that, this polarization is going to take place. I'll make that clear. So I'm not actually pro-Taiwan. I am for China, Taiwan talking to each other.
I completely agree with you on that Taiwan thing. I think the danger of polarization is the worst thing, because there is some degree of re-regionalization going on, and I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's an inevitable thing. But it doesn't have to be so polarized if it is removed from, shall we say, overly ideological conceptions of what rivalry is. We're starting to see this with like the Gulf Cooperation Council, for example. Like we're used to, people of my generation anyway, are used to seeing Saudi Arabia as perhaps the most ideological actor on the world stage. So it's been interesting to see it really pivot into a much more pragmatic position and very much open for business and diplomacy with lots of different people. I think that's a good sign. If that can happen with Saudi Arabia, that can happen with anyone. And I think what happens with the U.S. alliance network in particular, but theoretically any big globe-spanning alliance network has this potential, is that what can happen is that people become dependent on the alliance network, its assumptions on how the world works, as well as kind of offshoring a lot of their concept of the national interest. And people are seeing the relative, I think statements of American decline can be greatly exaggerated, but a definite relative decline of the U.S. on the world stage. And I think that's actually, a lot of people are like, okay, we have to step up. We have to be a bit more pragmatic. Most of the world does not, in fact, want to follow the current example of, say, Germany, and perhaps the German Green Party in particular, and double down on this kind of psychological dependency. They actually want to meet the challenge and engage with it. And I think the more people do that, the less polarized many, not every issue, but many issues could be, because they're going to have to be forced to be pragmatic. They want what is best for their citizens or their regime, whatever, and therefore they can't fuel as much these divisive international movements like we saw with countries that supported the moderate rebels, quote unquote, in Syria.
If I may very briefly, I'm convinced that most of regional actors are not interested in polarization. And the only way is to avoid any kind of block approach is to keep the back doors open. And as far as I see, for example, Iran is doing so. Iran did not engage directly when the October 7 happened. Iran did not engage directly when Israeli troops were in Lebanon soil, because there is a new different dimension of confrontation. And the same is as I see from the US side, when, for example, US was pushing Israel to not strike, for example, some facilities inside Iran. So, and when sometimes we see that different countries are talking about polarization and blocks, probably they try to simplify the complicated picture, like to make it black and white. But the problem is, we see how interested colleague mentioned, they might be changed. For example, since the start of the Syrian war, obviously Erdogan was interested to take part of the Syria as Turkey did in Hatay, now they're occupying northern part. Like Israel was interested to collapse Assad regime, etc., etc. But now Turkey is a part of Astana Forum. So they are trying to handle somehow the situation on the ground. The same is with Iran. But in Syria, the interests do not coincide, they clash. So they cannot be blocks, because they need to cooperate somehow. And the only way is to cooperate and to not polarize the region, to avoid it, is to keep back doors open.
If there are any, not any more questions for our speakers, then I would like to give our good friend Arta a chance to raise a few points. Arta is a director of research at the Washington Institute of Peace and Diplomacy.
Yeah, so I don't have any prepared remarks. I was asked to give a few comments on sort of the current situation in the Middle East, and as things are changing with especially the U.S. policy towards the Middle East. I think one thing we have to figure out and understand is that the Middle East is an artificial region. It was created in a way by mixing two different regions, historical regions together. The Near East, which was under the sort of the influence of the Ottomans, the Near East Mediterranean region, and the Central Asia, Iranian Plateau, South Caucasus region, which was under the sort of the Iranian or Persian sort of sphere of influence. Only because of oil and because of the sort of the competition between colonial powers, where these two regions mixed together into one called the Middle East. That picture of the Middle East, which was again part of the
colonial imperial age and created all these different sectarian wars and all these different kind of animosity between various different tribal, national, cultural groups, that picture of the Middle East is increasingly changing. And I want to venture to you that the reason for that change, the reason for that new Middle East, we hear a lot about the new Middle East that Israel imagines. The Middle East is changing, but not because of the Israel's sort of vision of the Middle East. It is changing because of systemic reasons, and it is changing partly because of actions of Israel and the reaction to that. So with the Russia war on Ukraine, as it's called in the US, and with the October 7th, both of those developments have really spelled a different understanding for actors in the Middle East. So on the one side, for the first time in recent memory, all of the different major poles, nodes, and actors in the Middle East, from Turkey, Qatar, Iran, even Saudi Arabia, and this is the key point, are now seeing themselves in one front against what they see as unacceptable behavior by Israel. Now, I don't want to get into sort of moralistic and normative language about what Israel is doing is right or wrong, but the point is that the blank check support of the United States for Israel has allowed Israel to act far more than its own capacity and far more able to ignore its own national interests and act in overreaching and overstretching fashion. And in response, that has created an Iranian front and working together, even with Saudi Arabia and Turkey, to try to figure out what to do with what they believe to be an unstable and unsustainable situation in Palestine, in Gaza. Just not to bring that war only to the end, but the realization now is that Israel is not going to be satisfied until its own security dilemma is resolved, and its security dilemma is so big as to encompass perhaps the West Bank, parts of Syria, if not all of it. So that is creating repercussions in the region, and with that, this is the sort of new security environment that the Trump administration is coming back into. Now, in 2016, this was a very different region. The sectarian, problems were high and wide. And Saudi Arabia was a linchpin of U.S. policy. Saudi Arabia was the representative of a cline, what I call the Sunni traditionalist cline. It was different than Turkish Qatar cline, which was the Muslim Brotherhood, a radical Sunni cline. And it was different from the Iranian Shiite crescent or cline. So it was a different time, and Abraham Accords came on top of this already divided region. It kind of formalized what already existed. It made sense for Saudi Arabia at the time to work with Israel. It made sense for UAE and Persian Gulf countries to work with Israel. 2024 is an entirely different map. It's an entirely different situation. And one of the problems that I think the next administration might run into is mistaking 2024 and its strategy, its geopolitics, its conditions on the ground with 2016, and continue as if nothing has changed, and we're going to bring back Abraham Accords and make sure everybody can work according to our rules in the Middle East. And I think that is fundamentally misguided, partly because Saudi Arabia itself, as the leader of that sort of traditionalist cline, no longer wants to participate in that kind of one-sided alliance system. Partly because of domestic pressure, partly because even the Islamic Republic, as much as internal problems that it might have, is the most popular state in the Arab Main Street world. Partly because of its response to Israel and being seen as the only country that has done anything to challenge or deter Israel. So there are domestic costs for Arab countries like Jordan, like UAE, like Saudi Arabia, by just bandwagoning with the West and Israel. So they can't afford to do that at the same time as, again, the situation has changed. China has come in the region and organized a détente between Iran and Saudi Arabia. This was mentioned yesterday as well. Saudi Arabia and Iran are working together not because China has decreed that they have to work together, but China is playing the role that the United States used to play in the 40s and 50s, going and just saying, we should all get along so that we can get the trade flowing and we can all do business together. But China has been able to do this because America has been declining in its understanding, by pressuring too much, by overreaching too much, by doing what it did in Ukraine. it's showing itself as actually, an unreliable state to bandwagon with for a country like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia now wants to hedge its bets, not only on one side, it wants to continue to be friendly with the United States. It has a military and security relationship with the United States, but it doesn't want to antagonize Iran because it's close, it is neighbor, there was a huge cost to Saudi Arabia because of that animosity. It doesn't want to antagonize China. It doesn't want to antagonize Russia. So Saudi Arabia is now in the position of really playing a kind of a positive neutrality case, which is a surprise to me more than anybody else, because I thought that Saudi Arabia will continue to be very ideological. But MBS has shifted on that front, and I think that's good news for everyone. So now we're talking about a détente that has moved to an entente phase. And with that, the question that is big on everyone's mind is whether or not there will be a kind of confrontation between the United States under the Trump administration and Iran, leading to a kind of strikes or war or what have you. And the problem that we see is that if the United States wants to just come in and do what Israel wants, or for Israel's benefit, in the case of making sure that Iran doesn't get nuclear weapons, it will have to engage in strikes and help Israel into making those strikes. But the argument that traditionally was made, that as soon as a nuclear move is made on one side, there will be competition for nukes among all the other states, and Turkey will weaponize, and Saudi Arabia will weaponize. I want to dispute that today, and I would venture to think through if the monopoly on nukes that Israel has had and has enjoyed since the 70s is no longer something that the region as a whole and its security architecture can bear. So having a country like Iran with nuclear weapons, and again, nuclear weapons are always a defensive tool because others now share it. The only time it was used was when the United States was the only country that had it. So as Iran is losing its deterrence in the Levant, in Lebanon, around Israel, partly because of Israel's successes, it will make getting a nuclear weapon for Iran an inevitability, because it will have to make that decision realistically at some point. It might not be today, it might be in a few months, it might be in a year, but Iran will likely make that decision on a rational discourse. And if it does make that choice, then I don't know if the United States is prepared to actually go to war with Iran, or it might allow Israel to start attacking Iran, but it, at least to this point, believes that it can it doesn't have to go to war militarily and put U.S. troops on the ground. And, there are all these different priorities that the United States now has to deal with, from disengaging from the Middle East, from removing its troops from Syria and Iraq, that contradicts a kind of a more aggressive military response from the United States. So I think it's kind of what we see in terms of its, America's very strong rhetoric in support of Israel, and what it also wants, which is, ceasefire in Gaza, no more military intervention, no more wars in the Middle East. Those two might clash in terms because they don't have, they're in many ways contradictory, unless the United States comes to terms with a nuclear Iran. So I think there are those things to think about, as well as thinking through how a new regional security architecture is being formed that centers on Turkey, Iran, Saudi Arabia, working together as much as for regional stability, as much as not trying to antagonize one another.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes,
we have Q&A. I don't know if we have Q&A now.
Yes, you can.
I just wanted to ask you a quick question, though, because it's interesting how you characterize the U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East. By the way, it's interesting how you characterize the U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East as this kind of like in the 50s, as this like let's get along and all this kind of thing. But you also have to think, what about the Suez crisis? If we define the Middle East as including Iran, there was, of course, the coup against Mossadegh in 1953. So, I see more in the 50s that it was like an extension, another front of the Cold War. That was taking place between the U.S. and the USSR. And also
let me clarify. I meant that the United States approach to the Cold War in the 40s and the Cold War in the post-war era, especially in the 50s, was going to countries, especially Western countries, and saying that we need to all do business. The fact that the other regions of the world, sort of the third world, was considered as a new front in proxy wars between the United States and Soviet Union. That was a present, fact. But it was the way that the United States talked about the Soviet threat. That Soviet was the ideology of the expansionist ideology, and we want to just protect states and do business with them. What I'm arguing is that mentality of anti-ideology doing business is what China is now adopting. Not that that was something that was specifically done by the United States and the Middle East.
You have the microphone again. Well, it's true, but then, you also had this case where, again, the U.S. was getting involved with the internal affairs of Iran.
Yes.
China is not doing that. China is not getting involved with, overthrowing the Iranian governments, and we see what the long-term consequences of that were with Mossadegh in 1953. So it's not so parallel because, again, I would push back a little bit on that because, again, the United States was getting involved in the cases of internal affairs. Even when we look at the revolution in Iraq, the United States had a party that it was supporting in this. So the whole situation, again, it's not as transactional. That's the point I'm trying to say. The U.S. foreign policy,
yeah.
But China, it's purely it's much.
So I agree with you that China is purely transactional. That's the kind of argument that I'm making. I'm saying that there was a lot of divisions within the U.S. foreign policy in terms of what and how it thought about the Cold War. There were people like George Kennan and others who didn't want to interfere in other countries' internal affairs. That's the early Cold War period I'm talking about. But very early on, the Dulles and brothers and others won over, including Paul Nietzsche. And that mentality was much more interventionist for various different reasons. So we moved from an anti-ideological posture. It was very small, but we moved from that to a totally ideological posture against the Soviet Union, and we adopted a kind of our own ideology. We became our liberal a liberal kind of face, a liberal ideology versus the communist ideology. I think that part is absent in the Chinese doctrine, and I agree with you on that.
I'd like to. We'll take some more questions.
Oh, if I could.
Oh, yes, please.
Just add a brief addendum to that. I think that right now there is a bidding war going on for influence in many regions, and that China is usually winning the bidding war. And the reason it's winning the bidding war is because it behaves with no preconditions. And I think there's a lesson in that, honestly. I think the U.S. foreign policy establishment shoots itself in the foot every time it insists on giving lectures and interfering in domestic affairs when it is the distant power and therefore theoretically should be the less threatening power to many people around the world. But rather than use that inherent geographic advantage, the U.S. kind of forward deployment-based network actually undermines it, makes the U.S. more threatening, and makes countries like China look more appealing to do business with. So I would actually say that when you look at also where the middle powers are, the overwhelming majority of them are in Eurasia. There's only one that's in the Western Hemisphere. And the U.S. would be wise if it wants to prevent, revisionist great powers from threatening it. It would be very, very wise to actually learn from the Chinese on this front and to leave people alone and adopt a more transactional approach.
And that was the United States' original doctrine.
One thing I also want to say, though, again, we have to say, we talked about this idea of a bidding war, but the question is China looking for hegemony? There's some people who might definitely say, yes, absolutely, but I'm a little bit more skeptical of this, to be honest with you.
Yes, I think in this case, me and Chris also agree that the idea of global hegemony in terms of China having global hegemony just because it is doing business around the world and doing various trade deals in Africa and in the Middle East and elsewhere, I think that is militarizing our understanding of a Chinese approach because our approach has been that way. I don't believe any hegemon can exist in the new world.
And also, more simply, they saw what happened to us and they said, no thanks, let's not waste our time with that.
Thank you very much. All right, and would you like to ask a question now?
The nuclear question.